Good morning, everybody from the Netherlands, and good afternoon for people in Indonesia. I should stay here, I guess, for the camera. We are delighted to welcome you all in today's workshop and event. Welcome in the Indonesia and the Netherlands Technology Partnership Forum 2022. This year, the topic will be towards hydrogen economy, lessons from the Netherlands. Today, we're offline and live stream from beautiful city of Groningen in the north of the Netherlands. A very beautiful venue and building today. So thanks for the University of Groningen. Today's workshop is part of the multi-year collaborative project between Bandung Institute of Technology alumni Netherlands chapters with the Embassy of Indonesia for the Netherlands in The Hague. And this year, INTPF 2022 is fully supported by Acadin, Energy Academy Indonesia, and specially organized with University of Groningen and Groningen Seaport for tomorrow's site visit. A very welcome to all of you. Really appreciate your time in your busy schedule to join us today. Before we get started, let me introduce myself. I'm Intan Ambari, Senior Process Technologist at Shell Amsterdam. So today I will be the Master of Ceremony. It's really honor for me to introduce and welcome our guests today. There are also people have traveled a long way from Indonesia to be here with us today. So welcome the Ambassador of the Republic Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Good morning to His Excellency Bapak Mayer Vas. Good morning Bapak Mayer Vas. Good morning to Bapak Hageng Nugroho, Senior Advisor at Executive Office of the President of the Republic Indonesia. Good morning, Pak Hageng. Good morning to Bapak Midlian Samosir. Good morning, Pak Vice President, Senior Vice President Corporate Banking Bank Mandiri. And then good morning, Bapak Glanusta Ramadan. Good morning, Pak. Also travel far away from Indonesia, the Vice President of Energy Sector Bank Mandiri. We wish you all a very welcome also to all the speakers and all participants in today's event. We are very glad to hold this event here again in the University of Groningen, where we can later this morning will visit the Zernica laboratory. So that will be a really nice for us here in Groningen to visit. Unfortunately for people in Indonesia, you cannot join us visiting the laboratory later, but I'm sure we will share all the information and the learnings later offline. On the screen, I'm not sure if we can see the rundown of the program for today. It will be a full-packed program, so we will split it into two sessions in the morning and the afternoon. I'm not sure is the rundown will be shown or... Yeah, so it will be a full pack program in the morning. There will be two keynote speeches, one from Indonesia, from Bapak Hageng, and then later Carla will also give a keynote speech in the morning session, and then followed by the discussion. And then we will have a short break, a coffee break, and then next after the break, we will have three different speakers who will give us also some insight into the hydrogen economy. And then we will end up the morning session with a lab tour and of course lunch in this building. Hope this event will trigger further sharing and collaborations between Indonesia and the Netherlands, and that would be mutually beneficial for both countries. Without further ado, to open our event today, I would like to invite the INTPF 2022 chairman, Ms. Desti Alfano, to deliver her opening remarks. Please, Ms. Desti, the floor is yours.
terus aku satu jangkal di bawah. Balik Oke, satu jangkal.
Ini aja. Tapi pegang aja, nggak usah. Good morning and good afternoon as well for those who joined this event, this program from Indonesia as well as from India. So we do have also participants from India as well. In fact, it's not participants, but then our speaker. So yeah, distinguished ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Bapak, His Excellency Bapak Mayervas, distinguished senior advisor at Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Hageng Nugroho, distinguished Senior Policy Advisor Hydrogen Team at the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy, Mrs. Carla Robledo, and distinguished invited speakers, distinguished invited participants, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the workshop entitled Hydrogen Towards Hydrogen Economy Lessons from the Netherlands, where, yeah, as mentioned before, this program is organized by the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands in collaboration with the Bandung Institute of Technology, Alumni Network Netherlands chapter, in collaboration as well with Energy Academy Indonesia, or ECADIN. As you may know as well, and yeah, it's globally known that the Netherlands has an excellent progress in establishing national hydrogen backbone, particularly in the northern Netherlands. Here, hydrogen has become crucial and is a key for the country to moving forward, as well as fighting the climate change at the same time. And well, yeah, here many hydrogen projects are already under development, including the constructions of electrolyzers and hydrogen plant, specific port facilities, as well as the use of hydrogen in many industries, including heating industries as well as mobility sectors. And today in this event, we will learn from policy makers, from industries, as well as from researchers on how the journey behind the national hydrogen backbone here in the Netherlands, making them being one of the biggest or largest hydrogen producer in the world, with a significant boost for industrial hydrogen ecosystem. And we believe these best practices can help Indonesia to create fast-moving research as well as partnership in hydrogen development, ranging in from production, transport, to use in industries, mobility, as well as buildings. So, I and the event committees are truthfully delighted, again, as our host mentioned before, and honored to be able to facilitate this program today. And in fact, today's event is our first day program of the whole program we do have with the Indonesian delegates. Tomorrow we will have a site visit to Groningen Seaport, Eemshaven, for having a discussion on realizing the hydrogen opportunities, moving from pilots and demos to maturing and scaling up the hydrogen ecosystem. So we truly hope this initiative will open many more windows of collaboration, opportunities between Indonesia and the Netherlands in achieving more sustainable future. So to conclude my opening remark, I would like to say thank you to all organizing committees today for your great efforts so that this event may happen today. I would also like to say thank you to all collaborating as well as supporting partners, invited speakers, invited participants coming from Indonesia to join us today here in Groningen. And last but not least, our online participants joining us today,
on Zoom as well as YouTube, Ekadin. Thank you. And as in Dutch, we say geniet ervan. I should say so. Geniet ervan. So enjoy the sharing program today. Thank you.
Next in the agenda, it's an honor to have His Excellency Mr. Mayervas, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, joining us virtually to deliver his opening speech. Please, Excellency Bapak Mayervas, the screen is yours.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi dari for you in the Netherlands. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu di Indonesia atau di mana di luar Belanda. Yang terhormat Bapak Hageng Nugroho, Senior Advisor at the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome to Netherlands, Pak Groningen. Carla Robledo, Senior Policy Advisor, Hydrogen Team at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy. Ibu Desi Alcano, INTPF Chairperson. Bapak Raymond Frediansyah, Chairman of INTPF, Netherlands Chapter. Distinguished speakers and participants from Indonesia and the Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm honored to speak in front of distinguished experts in hydrogen ecosystem. The aim of our workshop is intended to tap the Netherlands experience and expertise in developing its hydrogen ecosystem. The fact that the Netherlands is currently the second largest producer in the world, it is obviously a testament to its success hydrogen research and development. The experience and expertise of the Netherlands would provide significant value for Indonesia in developing its own hydrogen ecosystem. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. It has been widely known that there is expected to be sevenfold rise in hydrogen demand by 2050, about 660 million tons a year will be needed to decarbonize power, industry and transport, and store excess renewable electricity. The majority of hydrogen today is produced using fossil fuel, but there is now a wide range of carbon-free and low-carbon production methods for hydrogen, among others, the green hydrogen, which is produced by electrolysis powered by renewable energy sources to split water molecules into their constituent part, namely hydrogen and oxygen. In the battle against climate change, any technology that might play a vital role over the next 20 or 30 years should be taken into strong consideration, particularly for policy makers. Needless to say, this underlines the importance to develop the green hydrogen ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia believes that hydrogen is one of the main ways to support our green energy transition. It needs to be scaled up to a more ambitious climate action and sustainable future. Indonesia will need an investment of up to 25 billion to develop green hydrogen from 2031 to 2060. Green hydrogen will become alternative energy for the transportations, industrial, and household sector with mass adoption by 2050. With such ambition, we definitely need strong support and learn from each other, including from all of you, the experts. With your in-depth expertise and experience, we hope that cooperation in hydrogen and renewable energy in general can be extended further to achieve both countries' climate and green energy ambitions. Today's meeting is our opportunity to have a constructive discussion about the hydrogen ecosystem. I believe that we will learn a lot from each other today and contribute to the energy transition as one of the pillars of Indonesia G20 presidency and to further achieve our common recover together and recover stronger. I wish you a fruitful and productive workshop. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Excellency Bapak Mayerfas, for the opening speech. The next in the agenda is a keynote speech from our guest speakers. Before that, let me hand over the session to our morning moderator and facilitator. Please a warm welcome to Professor Bayu Jayawardana. Professor Bayu is the Director of Mechanical Engineering Master Program, University of Groningen. Please, Mr. Bayu, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introductions. Good morning, everyone. As a representative of University of Groningen, as well as the board chairman of one of the institutes within the faculty, the Institute of Engineering Technology Institute of Groningen, I'd like to welcome all the delegates as well as people online who are present today and would like to know what is this session all about. We are going to learn a bit on the interaction between Indonesia and Netherlands, and we know that there has been a visit by the King, Willem Alexander, to Indonesia together with the Prime Minister to establish the strong relation between Indonesia and Netherlands, in particular on the energy transitions agenda. And I'm proud to say that Groningen has played an important role in this aspect because Groningen is an area of the energy valley already since the 70s with the finding of the gas, natural resources. And now it tries to transition itself towards the hydrogen economy. And we are actually part of these transitions as a university where we conduct research and educations where we try to prepare the future generations for the incoming energy transitions. Now, today we have a number of speakers. And for the first sessions, I would like to welcome Pak Hageng Nugroho, who is the Senior Energy Advisor on the strategic issues at the Executive Office of the President of Indonesia. He has taken various roles as well within the same office already since 2017. And today, he is going to tell us more about the plan or the policy with regards to the hydrogen economy in Indonesia. So I'd like to welcome Pak Hageng Nugroho on stage. Pak Hageng.
Is it okay? Right. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi, selamat siang yang ada di Indonesia. Pertama, first of all, I would like to say thank you. This is a very honorable moment, opportunity for us here. Speaking from Groningen University, one of the biggest campus in Netherlands. I would like just to speak up a bit about a little bit about policy, a little bit about the message from the presidents, and a little bit about how our future energy policy. But I'm not going into the details today. First, let me say thank you for the introduction, Professor Bayu. And then I would also say thank you to the University of Groningen. INTPF is the host, and His Excellency Ambassador of Indonesia for the King of Netherlands, His Excellency Mr. Meyervas. Is it correct? Sorry. All right. Today, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning in this workshop. The title is Toward Hydrogen Economy, Lesson Learned from Netherlands. And first and foremost, let me express my gratitude to everyone here in the Groningen University. I can say that this is the first opportunity for us from the President Office standing in the world. I mean, we haven't had any international exposure speaking about the hydrogen. So this is the first one. So I would say that this is a good moment for us. As you may be aware, the scale of economic of Indonesia is growing fast, and it is predicted in the next coming years that will be one of the 6 countries, the biggest economy GDP in the world. So being that I think Indonesian demands of energy is also growing over time. So once we also understand that the global dynamic of the energy sector is very dynamic and very depends on the fossil fuel, so that I think in the next coming year we are urgently need to seek for another alternative energy. One of them is hydrogen as well. Through this event, I believe we can share exchange ideas, and we can exercise every possibility that could be better for our next generation. Indonesia is one of the rich country resource-wise. Based on our research, we have 5 raw materials from that can be processed to hydrogen. One of them is cocoa bean cells, substance containing sugar, palm oil, milk, effluent, sago, and algae. So we are rich on those resources. So in the future, I think based on that, we are confident. We have comparative advantage, but in the future, we may just need to increase the competitive edge. Based on that as well, we are probably look at what are the opportunity in domestic market and also international market. So this is hydrogen for us is also not only for the resource of the energy, but also the resource of economic as a commodity in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say that the Groningen University, I think this is one of the leading campus that has a hydrogen research, and we are very happy that if there in the future we may have a good cooperation and we have technology transition and technology transfers from the Netherlands to Indonesia as well in terms of produce or process of hydrogen. I believe, I am aware, and also that the Netherlands, the King of Netherlands, has also taken a big step to reduce emission. That's why the electricity and also the hydrogen research are now being one of the advantage in the Netherlands. we will give, I think we will give us reference. We may have a chance to discuss, and we may make some plan together ahead, and also mutual benefit relationship between Indonesia and the Netherlands. And I hope the effort to suppress the emission will be profitable for the next generations. Last, I would strengthen the message from the President to foster the solidarity, collaboration through the global collective leadership, and consistently oversee the implementation of reducing carbon on every country. That's all from us. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Hageng, for the support from the Republic of Indonesia towards the energy transitions. And I'm glad to hear as well that the hydrogen will become part of the energy portfolio in Indonesia in the coming years. And I think this is a nice transition to the next speaker, who will be given by Carla Robledo, who is currently a senior policy advisor at the Directorate General Climate and Energy and Hydrogen team of the Netherlands. And I think without any further ado, I'd like to invite Carla to present the plan of the Netherlands. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this wonderful invitation to be here. Sorry, I cannot be there physically at the moment, but glad to join online and to tell a bit about what we're doing in the Netherlands, what have been doing the last years, and where do we want to go in the coming years. Next slide, please. So yes, I'm Carla Robledo, working at the ministry, and I have been involved in the development of the hydrogen strategy and since then in the implementation. But let me tell you a bit about the drivers that we have in the Netherlands and why do we need hydrogen. Some of them were already briefly mentioned, so thanks for that. But I think it's important to understand that we actually have a large amount of gray hydrogen produced from fossil fuels being implemented in the industry as a feedstock, especially for ammonia production, for methanol, also in the refinery. And actually, this gives a great opportunity to make this more clean hydrogen. So we already have applications for hydrogen, but we also want to develop new applications in mobility, also for dispatchable power. There are some pilots in the residential area. So we see a large role for existing hydrogen production to make that more clean, but also to develop new applications where hydrogen will be needed and not those are really hard to decarbonize without hydrogen. As well, there's a large potential for offshore wind at the North Sea. So we actually have an increase, recently was increased the target to around 20 gigawatts of offshore wind in 2030, and now the ambition to have 70 gigawatts in 2050. These are large amounts of electricity being produced offshore, which cannot be all brought to land with cables. So we need a combination of hydrogen and electricity production offshore to bring all this energy to the mainland. And then one of the also very important drivers is, of course, the shutting down of the gas production in Groningen. This is already in 2 years' time, the production will be brought down to 0 BCMs. And then we will have, here you see on the left side, the yellow lines and the black lines. Those are all pipelines that are already in place for natural gas transport. So if you see, there are parallel pipelines because we have the low calorific gas, which is the gas coming from Groningen. And we also have the high calorific gas pipelines, which is mainly used in the rest of Europe. So actually the pipelines that are connected to Groningen will be available shortly and we can dedicate it fully for hydrogen. I will tell a bit more about our plans to do this. And we also have a lot of knowledge associated to gas, which we can use for developing the hydrogen infrastructure. And we have a large potential in the northern Netherlands to develop large-scale underground hydrogen storage because we have the salt deposits where salt caverns can be made. So these are the main drivers why we think hydrogen will be crucial in the energy system here in the Netherlands. Next slide, please. Yes. So, well, hydrogen, it has been a long time around, but it really started to play a role in the Netherlands in 2019, where it was for the first time mentioned in the climate agreement, and really in different sectors of the economy, and hydrogen was a recurring theme. It was coming up a lot. And here, for the first time in the climate agreement, it was agreed to reduce around 49% of the CO2 emissions by 2030. This has already been increased now with a new coalition agreement to almost 60%. And there we have the first emissions for hydrogen in place to have 3 to 4 gigawatts of electrolysis of hydrogen production by 2030 in the Netherlands. The next step in our strategy was to develop a specifically hydrogen strategy from the government, where we recognize the systemic role that hydrogen plays in a renewable and clean energy system. So the system integration part is very important, really needed for the whole chain of energy supply. And in 2020, in March, we published this strategy. You can find it online. There's also an English version. And we set it really a clear policy agenda focusing on upscaling hydrogen production and use, and also on the cost reduction, how to achieve this until 2030. Since then, we have been implementing this strategy. And what we have achieved is to have more funding for innovation and for scaling up of electrolyzers. As well, I will tell a bit more about the transport infrastructure development plan that has been recently published to have this hydrogen backbone, this transport net on a national level. And also, we have been very active on the international cooperation and establishing international supply chains, because we will also need imports. Even if we have domestic production, we foresee that this will not be enough to cover our hydrogen demands. So our Dutch strategy is based on 3 pillars. We have the supply, where we focus on both production and imports, and the very strong pillar on infrastructure, developing the infrastructure to break that chicken and egg problem, where there are people that want to use hydrogen, end users, but there's no infrastructure. So there we want to solve that problem, and a strong pillar on the international cooperation. Next slide, please. I'll tell a bit more now about the supply part and what have been doing now regarding production, but where do we want to head in the coming years as well. So if you look at the first, where we are now in 2022, we are setting up an instrument, a subsidy instrument with 250 million euros for relatively small electrolyzers. So they're already large, but they're the first phase in scaling up to 50 megawatts. As well, via the IPCEI, that is the Important Projects of Common European Interest. That's a European instrument where national governments put their own subsidy. We have reserved 800 million for production of green hydrogen. So the projects that are lined up account to more than 1 gigawatt. If all these projects are to be achieved, we will definitely reach our goal in 2025 of having 500 megawatts operational. The next phase is implementing the National Growth Fund project. And this has been awarded around 800 million euros to achieve also the next phase in scaling up, around 200 to 300 megawatts, and focusing on research, innovation, on the human capital agenda, developing this, which is also needed for scaling up hydrogen implementation in the Netherlands. As well, we have announced extra 11 gigawatts, accounting to 20 gigawatts of wind offshore. And now we're looking into developing the first pilot before 2030 already with offshore hydrogen production. So we see that already before 2030, we can have the first experiences so that after that, we can scale up further. Then looking into the second half of this decennium, we are going to be shifting not so much on the production side, but also taking into account how we can stimulate the demand side. We need uptakes of clean hydrogen. For this, we need to stimulate it. The European Commission is also looking into obligations for green hydrogen in the industry. So we need to find the right balance between at this moment, we need to stimulate production, but at some time we need to shift to actually have the uptake. That is where we are heading. And of course, as well, at the end of this decennium, we want to have connection to a national and an international hydrogen infrastructure where we see a European backbone being involved and have the connections with our neighboring countries. Next slide, please. Regarding supply of imports, well, why do we need imports? The demand exceeds the potential domestic production, as I mentioned, and we also want to maintain the energy hub function of the Dutch ports. The Dutch ports play a very important role in Europe regarding energy flows of oil, gas, LNG. And we want to maintain this position in the Netherlands. It's very important for the work capacity in the Netherlands. And we see that hydrogen can play an important role in the ports in the Netherlands will also play an important role in this. Which actions are we taking? We are having a lot of collaborations via memorandums of understandings with several countries that are positioning themselves, especially as exporters, and to also develop together certification schemes. We are having now currently a pilot on certification schemes, which will be definitely crucial to know that we are having clean hydrogen being imported, that this is also produced on the right conditions in other countries. One very important measure that has recently been announced is to join the H2 Global initiative of Germany. These are tenders to be done, two sides tenders. So actually, you buy hydrogen with long-term contracts, and then you sell it on the national market with short-term contracts. So in this way, you can guarantee that there will be large volumes of hydrogen, and then you take some uncertainties out of the system. And of course, developing also the IPCEI. The third wave will be on infrastructure and storage projects. And there we also have reserved some finance, 600 million euros for developing these infrastructure needed for imports. Next slide, please. So these are the two main pillars on the supply. On the infrastructure side, we have taken the decision to develop a national transmission grid by 2030. That will have around 1,000 kilometers, and it will be connecting the 5 main industrial sites. So we will do this in 3 phases. The first phase will connect the 3 main industrial sites in the southern Netherlands with Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and then Groningen. And also connecting the first storage location sites in the northern Netherlands with the first interconnectors to Germany. Then the second connection will be made to the southern western part of the Netherlands, and also connecting to Belgium. And in the end, this whole loop of hydrogen backbone will be closed, also favoring the level of security that you will get hydrogen if this is a closed loop. We will develop next to the transmission line also for salt caverns for hydrogen storage in 2030. We need this large scale storage to balance out differences in supply and demand. And after 2030, we're looking into developing also offshore electrolysis like the ones in here on the left, on a really large scale, and coupled to all the wind ambitions that we have established. Next slide, please. The third pillar I mentioned was the international cooperation, and our strategy is focused on the 5 different elements. So we need to create a European market, providing a certainty on the infrastructure, on certification, on the regulation. So we're working on all these conditions to provide clarity to the market. Of course, we are dependent on the negotiations ongoing on the Renewable Energy Directive. So we are awaiting these results. Further, a very important component is to learn from the first import projects. So that's why we're also funding via IPCEI import projects. We need to know what is needed in terms of regulations and infrastructure by learning by doing. So we find this very important. As well, we want to facilitate the import-export chains with countries within the European Union, but also outside. Therefore, we are having these MOUs and collaborating on knowledge sharing, on establishing what is needed on regulations and certification schemes. And an important thing is we're not doing this alone. So we know that there's the conditions in Germany and Belgium are quite similar in the Netherlands. So we work together with our neighbors to develop European policy, and as well the bilateral relations are very important. And as well, we are strongly present in a lot of multilateral organizations, such as the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, the Clean Energy Ministerial, Mission Innovation, very close contact with the IEA working on hydrogen. And these are our main 5 strategic points being implemented for the international cooperation. And lastly, next slide, I would like to mention, this one is not seen correctly, but we have established a national hydrogen program. So besides what we do also on international level, is very important to bring all the stakeholders together which are developing the hydrogen value chains in the country. So this has been a public-private initiative. It was announced in the climate agreement already that we would do this from 2022, and we have been using the last 2 years to prepare for this. The aim is to connect, facilitate, accelerate, and to monitor the progress. So now this photo here was last year, where there was a work plan for the program, which was prepared and presented to our state secretary. She's receiving that at the moment from some of the initiators of this working plan. And early this year, officially the National Hydrogen Program began in February this year to implement this working plan. And one of the very important actions was to develop a hydrogen roadmap together with the public and private parties that are involved. So we have been going through this process the last months, and in November, we will present a new hydrogen roadmap until 2030, and what actions and milestones are we expecting. With that, I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to know if there are any questions or anything you'd like to further know. Thank you.
Enlightening on how Netherlands, within a short period of time, is able to build its own hydrogen agenda. And it is being followed up by another part of the countries as well, including in the world. And we've learned from Akala on a various strategy that has been deployed by the Netherlands. So I think we come to the part where we could ask questions to the keynote speakers of today. Those of you who are online, please submit your questions in the chat box. And later it will be relayed to me directly. And I would like to invite Pa Hagen to come on stage, where we would like to have discussions where we would like to explore what will be the potential collaboration between Netherlands and Indonesia and how we can develop it further from today's on. But maybe before we come to the questions from the audience, I would like to maybe ask the speaker themselves to reflect on the presentations from each other countries and whether you have some questions. So maybe I would like to ask Pak Hageng, do you have any particular questions to Carla with regards to this?
Yes, thank you, Professor Bayu. Hi, Carla. I hope still there. Yeah, based on your presentation, I think that Netherlands, as what Bayu mentioned, is a bit quick steps ahead than other countries, but still, we understand that still undergoing to revise the regulation and also looking for the fixed market in the future.
Please have a seat.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. So my quick question is, you mentioned about subsidy. So how do you develop the subsidies? I mean, like, I'm not sure about that. Is that a subsidy in the producer side or the consumer side? So how do you? I mean, like it's a bit technical, but not really. You don't need to answer in very technical. I think that you just need to give us a direction how to develop the subsidy to foster this hydrogen energy. I think that's the main question from us. Yeah.
Okay, so Carla, please.
Thank you. Yes, very good question. Where we already have also been discussing this for a long time. So where do we need to begin stimulating and financing the projects? There's definitely a very large gap between gray hydrogen and clean hydrogen. So therefore, we decided to, in the beginning, to have subsidies on the production side and to cover this difference between what clean hydrogen costs and gray hydrogen costs at the moment. The current gas prices are helping to have this gap even lower. So in the future, we expect that then the difference will be smaller and smaller, and then you will need less subsidies on the production side. And therefore, then we are looking into other instruments to also stimulate the demand. And one of them could be carbon contracts for difference. But you could also think about obligations to have different quotas on the uptake of clean hydrogen in the different sectors. And these will in the end also have to be in line with what the European regulation is. So from the Fit for 55 package and also REPowerEU. So I think that's where our focus has been until now, but we see that in the future we'll have to have a shift into stimulating more the demand.
Yeah, so maybe a follow-up to that answer from you, Carla, because I worked here for a number of years now, 14 years, and I know that there is also an ongoing development with the Groensvermogen Groeifonds or growth funds. And is this also part of the subsidy scheme that you are mentioning just now? So we have these Groenvermogens where we try to stimulate public-private partnerships.
Okay.
And it is quite a large number of money that is involved there. But maybe, Carla, you can explain a bit more about this Groenvermogen.
Yes, so Groenvermogen, it's basically focused on research and innovation and on having the upscale of that would be like the second phase. We see an upscaling of electrolyzers, so up to more than 100 megawatts. And a very strong point is on the human capital agenda within Groenvermogen. And we see this mainly as having innovative technology scaling up. So we have other instruments. I know it's quite very complicated, the scheme we have developed, because we have different subsidy schemes, and even within more general subsidy schemes for technologies that are reducing CO2 emissions, for example, SDE, hydrogen projects could also apply for this. Those are not specifically made for hydrogen, but are general for the energy system. And these are also subsidy schemes available for hydrogen projects. So in parallel to Groen Vermogen, there are around 838 million euros reserved for that project that will be implemented the coming 5 to 8 years. But next to that, we have the upscaling instruments with 250 million euros for only electrolyzers projects. Then with IPCEI, 1.4 billion euros for the second and the third wave. So looking into also hydrogen production and infrastructure projects. And we have more subsidies for infrastructure. So also for the hydrogen backbone, we have committed 750 million euros, and which is the half of the total costs of this development of this backbone. So those are the main places where we are putting the money in our strategies and where we see that it's needed, because at the moment the costs are just too high to be able to develop this type of infrastructure.
Yes. So thank you, Carla, for the clear explanation on that.
Yep.
And maybe I would like to change the direction. Now I would like to maybe invite Carla. Do you have any particular questions for the Indonesian government in this regard?
Okay, please, Carla. I would like to hear from you.
Yes, no, really nice to know where you're working on, that hydrogen is becoming very important. I was wondering, how do you see the collaboration between Indonesia and the Netherlands and regarding hydrogen? Where can we strengthen this collaboration to become really partners in hydrogen and development?
Okay.
So,
Okay, yeah.
Pagam, please.
Yes, Carla. First of all, I would like to respond on your answers. That based on your answer about subsidy and the what is collaboration between private and government, I think this hydrogen things, I said that the process electrolysis until the production itself needs collaboration from private, government, and probably commercial banks. Are you including commercial banks? Because like now that we have here one of the state-owned banks, participant from the Mandiri. So probably we need to elaborate on that later on. Okay. Second things that you asked about the opportunity of collaboration between Indonesia and Netherlands. Well, the first thing first, we probably has a big opportunity in terms of the technology transfers. But we all know that the technology price of processing the hydrogen is still high, and it's still only certain country that has this advanced technology. So probably we could have that, the technology transfer. And then the second thing is we probably has opportunity to develop the same pages. I mean, if you have your roadmap by the end of this year, probably we can share this roadmap so we can support those roadmaps. See, so once you produce, as a producers, we also can probably follow the roadmap of the Netherlands. So we are very believe that our government has the ability also to strengthen this roadmap. That's the second thing. The third one is how do we can collaborate on looking the opportunity of the global market. I know nowadays there are dynamics of geopolitics between Russia and Ukraine, and I think that will not be like until 2030. So after that, we can follow the strategy to the how the hydrogen would be one of the economy of hydrogen to be the commodity that can be produced and produced in economic and commercial production among the countries in Europe or Africa, any countries in the world. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
Yeah.
But maybe as a follow-up to the questions by Carla, I'd like to ask her, so because in her presentations, we saw that there has been a number of letter of intentions or MOU with regards to the hydrogen economy, and I do not see Indonesia there at all. Is there any already ongoing discussions with the Netherlands in that regards?
No, not yet. Not yet, but probably this is the good momentum part. Yes, yeah, this at the moment we are still looking at the opportunity of how to retire the power plant based on coal, early retirement from the coal power plants, and now we are in terms of substitute the coal power plants. We are try to develop more on the hydro power, wind power, and the solar panel power plants. And we also have a big potential in the geothermal plant. So there's but then hydrogen came up is one of the resources of the energy for I mean, could be for energy power, electricity, could be for the vehicles. Then I think we have to be very sensitive in the global terms. So
yes.
So I know Australia, Japan, Korea, and is one of the three of country that has been playing on the hydrogen, and they try to develop on that.
Yeah,
probably could be the producers also has demands in the future. So if our neighbor countries, the closest one is Australia, we haven't seen the Malaysia or the Vietnam doing this, but probably we need to be able to be sensitive, not to be worsened off in the future. So that's why we have to understood and we have to follow what other neighbor countries are doing in terms of policy. But this is the ultimate goals. The objective is just to reduce the emissions in the future and looking for the energy alternative, which is less expensive than what we have today from the fossil fuel. I think that's the idea. But yeah.
Right. So thank you, Pak Hagong, for the clarifications. I think we should follow it up in the discussions with the Netherlands on these collaborations. And you bring an important aspect with regards to the demand side, because you're mentioning about the mobility and also the uptake by the industry. And we have seen as well from presentations of Carla that there is a high demand in Netherlands while the production is quite still low. And that is the part where the government tried to increase the productions. And this is related to questions by the audience from YouTube. In particular, where is the demand come from in the Netherlands? Can you elaborate on that aspect, Carla? Is it something from the mobility part, or it is more the transportations, or is it in the industry which can use this for their energy part?
Yeah, mainly at the moment it's the industry and using it as a feedstock. So in the production of other materials such as ammonia production, and also in the refinery process of oil. These are the main current uses. So, of course, in the future, we want to look into new uses, and especially in uses where only hydrogen is the good alternative for high temperature heating in industry. You cannot electrify that, or very hardly. So then you would use hydrogen. But also we see in mobility, we already have some trucks are going on hydrogen. We had a pilot on trains, also with the first pilots with shipping on hydrogen. So we see for fuel of these types of applications that it will become more and more important. And of course, in the end, for aviation, also for sustainable aviation fuels, we see a large role for hydrogen. And this will mean that actually there will be a shift on the current use of hydrogen to more the new uses of hydrogen. And that is more looking into the future.
Yeah, so it's clear that actually the use of hydrogen is not only for the feedstock, but could also be the source for the high temperature in the industry and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think I agree on that what Carla mentioned the last part was about the hydrogen power for the aeroplane. That makes sense, I think. So it doesn't make sense if we're going to build aeroplane with a battery, because the heavy of the battery. But using hydrogen, I think that's one of the probably the most significant change in the aeroplane. I think I agree on that. And the second thing is I think what happened in Netherlands from the Carla presentation was you had the infrastructure, Carla, as the pipeline has been built, and probably my assumption was the pipeline previously used for the gas, but now you can use for the hydrogen. So that's the advantages in the Netherlands. But you have the pipelines already put. But that in that case, in Indonesia, probably if we want to have the similar things that we have to build and develop the pipelines across the nation, which is not that simple and that's cheap. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sorry, I realized I didn't mention that.
Go ahead, Carla.
That the infrastructure, that's true, the backbone we're developing is 80% of the infrastructure will be reutilized. And then only 20% will have to be new pipelines and new infrastructure. You need to change the compressors as well. But the costs are 4 times lower if we reutilize these pipelines than building new pipelines for this whole infrastructure. So, of course, we there have a very good position in the Netherlands to start with.
Yeah. Okay. So I think one of the final questions from my side, I'm looking at the questions.
Yeah.
It is regarding the way the Netherlands has set up the infrastructure. So you have seen the backbone that has been set up, but also the human capital. So there has been quite a significant investment to try to prepare the workers in the future. And University of Groningen, here we have mechanical engineering, where one particular track is focused on the hydrogen technology.
Oh, I see.
We also have chemical engineering, where one of the track is also focusing on hydrogen technology, and in collaborations with University of Applied Sciences, where there will come more highly skilled people that are prepared for this new economy. Would that also be part of the roadmap, in your opinion, in Indonesia?
This could be part, Professor Plager. Then, one of the focus from the president's agenda is to develop the human resources, but not specifically for the hydrogen study. But then things, if you have those, and we have that demands in the future, probably there's an opportunity to have that. But I think I agree on you, but the capacity scale of the human resource need to be improved. So through the campus, probably running on with the ITB or the ITS probably, or anyone in Indonesia University probably. Yep, I can mention this to the PIC from the education sector part, right. And probably this is a good also opportunity to have a collaboration in education part. Yes. And I believe in the future this is something. But if you mention it is included in the mechanical engineering and the chemical engineering. Yeah, probably in Indonesia we can put in specific like vocational study with under the engineering faculty or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we are at the closing of these sessions, and I would like to give one more opportunity to the speaker to give one final remark if there is.
Yeah.
So I would like to probably invite Pak Hageng maybe.
One small remark. Yes, and regarding this, so thank you for this. No, just one small thing, because you also asked about the collaboration between Indonesia and the Netherlands, and this is a beautiful example on how this collaboration is already ongoing. So in the G20 in Bali, our ministers signed an MOU on sharing knowledge on energy transition. And this is one of the activities also in that case. So we are already working very closely together on the hydrogen, on other aspects of the energy transition, and on sharing knowledge and developing new, also capacitating new people on this topic. So yeah, very glad to already have this wonderful collaboration.
Thank you, Carla. And there is actually one question from the audience.
Raymond.
Okay. Give the opportunity.
Okay.
So one short question. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your father.
Yeah.
I'm Midian from Bank Mandiri, who coming here from Jakarta, where people going to be here. Interesting to see your material about hydrogen. And as a bank, we always see the opportunity and also searching. And in our country, like I can say, actually, we are focusing on this. Yes, we are also from Bank Mandiri. Try to support our government policy concerning the renewable energy, and as we know until now, the government policy about the energy mix not included hydrogens. Maybe after 2050, I don't know. So I think this is something new for us. That's why when we see the topics, we are interesting. And then, as you know, in ASEAN, now the renewable energy is about battery technology. But battery technology, you see in Indonesia now is very happening about electric vehicles powered by battery. So my question is, should we worry about this technology? Because when we go to our portfolio, there will be long terms. Should this technology will replace the battery technology? So we have to anticipate. And how is I don't know, this is now under process to be economical, yeah. Because one of your plan is to cost reduction actually in this technology. And the second one, would you please share us about your energy mix plan in Netherlands? How big the hydrogen portion in your energy mix plan in the future? I think that is my two questions. Thank you so much.
All right. So thank you for the question. And Carla, maybe you can address that question shortly.
Perfect. Thank you for the questions. Great questions. I think we don't have to see as a competition batteries and hydrogen. It's so much energy what we need, and both hydrogen and batteries are energy carriers that are very important, and also for different types of uses. So electric vehicles will remain the large amount of personal vehicles in the world in the coming years. And this is because that's more efficient. If you use electricity directly, of course, that is better than converting it to hydrogen and then using hydrogen. So for the short distances and in between cities, battery electric vehicles are very strong and will be strong in the future to come. So no worries about competitions. But if we look at the long distance segment, hydrogen becomes a very feasible and economic alternative. So looking at trucks for transporting goods, at trains, ships, aviation, you also need a hydrogen. And also for personal vehicles, once the technology is developed and it's
recording
also
in progress.
And also the cost will go down, then it also becomes attractive. And if you think all the electricity cables and the reinforcing the infrastructure that is needed to electrify all mobility, now we're talking about electrifying heat, this will be also not feasible. So actually, you can use hydrogen in places where you don't have the right infrastructure on electricity to support it. So I see it really as complementary technologies, not competitive. And that's the way we should go forward. We need all solutions if we want to have an energy transition. And regarding your second question, sorry, I forgot what it was. Can you
energy mix on the energy mix in the Netherlands?
Yes, we think that looking at 2050, around 1/4 of the energy needs could be supplied by hydrogen and also by green gas. So if we look at molecules, at this moment, we only have 20% of our energy needs are electrified. So even if we put a lot of windmills, a lot of solar panels, we need to have more electrification of our energy uses. And even if we double that, will be around 40 to 50%. That's already a large challenge. And the rest of it has to be supplied by molecules, green hydrogen, green methane. And of course, in the transition, we will still need natural gas. But in the end, we want to replace this with green molecules and electrify even further our energy uses. So I think, I hope I give an answer to your question. And just the message, everything, not just one or the other technology.
Right. So thank you, Carla, again, and thank you, Pak Hagel, for your clear explanations about the policy. And let's give a round of applause to both of you. And I would like to invite everyone for a short break, and we will return back at 11:30 Netherlands time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bayu.
Sama.
Wah.
Welcome everyone again to the next part of today's sessions. And in this part, we will learn more about the technology development as well as the commercialization aspect or the use of the hydrogen in an industry. So we will learn directly from the technology developer as well as the user from three different speakers. And I'm happy to introduce the first one, who is a famous or important person in Groningen that has led the development of Groningen Hydrogen Campus. His name is Professor Arafin Purusothaman Velayani. He's currently the professor at Energy and Sustainable Research Institute Groningen, and he's also the chair of energy conversions in this institute. And Arafin has actually led a number of big projects in Europe as well as in the Netherlands in the development of a new hydrogen technology, as well as in the applications of hydrogen in various domains. And I would like to give the floor to Professor Arafin to present us about your experience in the research and educations on the hydrogen. Arafin?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And very, very good morning to all. I'm very happy to be here and to discuss the developments in the north of Netherlands and at University of Groningen. So let me just start with sharing my screen. And so screen is changed. Is the screen now, are the slides visible now? Hello?
Yes, it's
okay.
clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I will talk about hydrogen research and education activities, which are probably necessary to support the very large scale transition that's taking place in the region. So what is that transition and what's happening, what's going on, and then the details. That's what probably I will try to discuss today. So the larger picture, in the Netherlands, there is significant momentum with hydrogen transition. And main focus till now is large-scale electrolysis and hydrogen transport. Then hydrogen mobility is catching up. And all these activities needs knowledge support. And funding is also foreseen. So we are also developing several knowledge-based activities. And if you look at national level, there is growth fund, 300 million euro plus activity in which hydrogen transition and the knowledge support necessary is considered important. So we are actually working on it, but also many other universities. So Dutch academia will probably have sufficient funding in working on hydrogen related technologies in the near future. And similarly, well, in the North Netherlands, part of Just Transition Fund. The whole Just Transition Fund is again 300 million euro plus program. And part of that we hope could be used for developing the hydrogen knowledge infrastructure. And then, well, Groningen is in the north of Netherlands, but coming to Groningen, there's also a national program Groningen, which is probably a 1 billion euro plus program. And a part of this money is also expected to flow in order to support the hydrogen knowledge initiatives. So if you look at in the north of Netherlands, in Groningen, we are in a relatively interesting position where we actually have to mobilize activities, expecting funding from multiple very large programs, and hopefully supporting one of the most important hydrogen transition initiatives that's taking place in the world. And what is that? Now, as of now, Groningen used to be the largest natural gas field in Europe, very well connected with international pipe networks to carry the natural gas produced, to store it here, and then to take it to other places and to other countries. But natural gas production is coming to an end. And this is probably because of earthquakes. And then if that happens, well, because of the natural gas, Groningen and the North Netherlands is well known for the energy economy. But if natural gas production is stopping completely, is it possible to continue with the energy economy in the region? Luckily, we possibly have a solution, an emerging solution. That's to look at hydrogen to replace natural gas. How? Where this hydrogen to come? If you look at North Sea, the wind energy potential in North Sea is enormous. So tens or 100 gigawatt plus, etc. Now, if you have wind turbines, if you have wind energy produced, then it's possible to use operate electrolyzers to produce hydrogen. And there are salt caverns in North Netherlands, and it's possible to store hydrogen probably in these salt caverns. And then we have natural gas pipelines connecting Groningen to North Netherlands to other regions and other countries. And if you repurpose these natural gas pipelines, then it's possible also to transport hydrogen from this region to other places. So that is probably a good starting point for setting up hydrogen economy here. So that's actually a very important hydrogen transition. And that's why probably the first hydrogen valley in Europe is now in the North Netherlands. So the first hydrogen valley in Europe might be one of its very few such concentrated efforts anywhere in the world. This is an opportunity, but also it's a challenge, because if you do something as a first timer, then you have to be extra careful. But this actually, such a project involves thoughts about very large electrolyzer systems to come up in the future, and then maybe even hydrogen utilization plants. There's a truck building facility coming up. So there is companies are looking at repurposing some of the salt caverns, or maybe even starting up with new caverns. And on the top of that, there is also an environment of environmentally friendliness in the region. There was also net zero initiative in which for biomass and bioenergy and hydrogen, etc., all play important roles. So this is what is happening in Groningen and in the North Netherlands. A serious hydrogen transition that's taking place, mostly from natural gas to hydrogen and natural gas producing region. An important natural gas producing region in Europe, the largest gas field, is now being converted to completely, say, a hydrogen region. And this is an important transition, and that needs proper knowledge support. So what we are trying to build up is called Hydrogen Valley Campus Europe. And well, we are not starting from zero. There are already ongoing activities, luckily, because if you have such a transition taking place, things do come around. And if you look at, we have, for example, facilities such as Hydro Hub, which is becoming a megawatt scale electrolyzer test center. And then we have an airport interested in hydrogen transition. And then we have some of the large companies such as DNV moving to our campus, setting up, for example, an 80% hydrogen facility, and other companies interested. So things are coming together. So what we look for is a facility which could be used for industrial testing, but also academic research and large-scale training, because there are 20,000 or more employees in the natural gas industry and the energy industry in the north. If a transition takes place, all these employees will have to be retrained for hydrogen industry. So you also need training facilities. So we want to have facilities useful for industry, academic research, and for training, and building upon and connecting properly the existing facilities in the region. So this is a joint initiative with the University of Groningen and the Hansa University of Applied Sciences, New Energy Coalition, and other key society partners from the region to form to come up with this hydrogen valley, and we are expecting to attract a total investment of capital of around 150 to 160 million euro in say next 10 years. So this is a major initiative as far as we are concerned. So let's look at what all. Well, this is not a complete list. At least some of the important knowledge lines and the areas and where there is expertise at the university are just listed. So electrolyzers and fuel cells. So HydroHub, we have large-scale electrolyzers coming up. We have fuel cell test stations from electrodes to cell to stacks to systems. And some of them are operational, some of them are coming up. Then there are good academic groups, well-experienced, well-reputed academic groups working on electrochemistry, material science, all needed for developing and operating electrolyzers and fuel cells efficiently and in a reliable way. Chemistry and chemical engineering, control system engineering. You also need to control these systems in order to ensure long life, but also efficiency. And there are other problems with hydrogen embrittlement, because hydrogen is a small molecule and it can get into materials, and embrittlement is not a non-problem. So we have people working on it. Storage, especially underground storage. But geoenergy team is working on underground storage, and especially in salt caverns. And we have a good combustion group and facility, so the combustion facility is and could be used for hydrogen safety studies with either hydrogen based on hydrogen combustion or combustion of hydrogen mixtures. Economic viability of these systems, and looking at the future prospects. Acceptance studies, again, psychology-based, what of these interventions are acceptable to the larger public and why. That's also important if you really think about a very large-scale transition. Regulations from energy law. Sometimes some of the rules might actually prevent a technology being introduced, and you might have to either modify the rules or improve the technology. So you need the technologists and regulators to work together. So the energy law, the faculty of law also is, energy law is also quite well known in Groningen. So they are also involved. And spatial sciences, that's another faculty, because you have to distribute all these systems and components geographically in an effective way, and that's where spatial sciences people step in. So let's look at HydroHub. This is a sub-megawatt scale test stations for electrolyzers. Industry is involved. PhD research is focused on system studies, integrated system testing, but also materials development. So INTPF and ESRIC, two departments, two institutes within the Faculty of Science and Engineering. So we all have connected activities. Professor Paulo Pescamona, who will come after later today to discuss their activities, is actually officially in charge of the HydroHub connections. So low temperature electrolyzers are there. We hope that maybe it's also in the future we can bring in high temperature solid oxide electrolyzers, etc. So large scale system test facility. We hope to connect it with proper stacked testing facility, cell testing facility, electrode testing facility, and even catalyst testing facility, all on the campus as a part of the Hydrogen Valley initiative. So what is there in HydroHub? Make it complete, but also connect it properly with knowledge groups at University of Groningen, but also at Hansa University of Applied Sciences. That's also part of the Campus Valley initiative. So we would like to have a hydrogen and fuel cell lab where companies and knowledge institutions share facility to generate synergies, allowing small and medium scale business to grow, startups to flourish, large companies to invest in our region. So key features include testing of cells, stacks, and complete systems, incorporating advanced measurement tools, low temperature and high temperature system, fuel flexible and reversible systems, and all connected properly with HydroHub megawatt scale test center, maybe also hopefully with TNO HESI lab, industry facilities, etc. A knowledge hub, a comprehensive knowledge hub, where actually technical knowledge and natural sciences cooperate with social sciences. If you develop a technology or if you're testing a technology, to what extent these technologies are acceptable to people, or what are the regulations in properly deploying these technologies, or whether these are economically viable, or geographically or spatially how to spread them. This is all to be studied with scientists work in engineering and natural sciences, scientists working with social science, researchers from social science related fields. So that's actually could be quite unique also in the Netherlands, at least, because we have as the University of Groningen there is a faculty of science and engineering, which is quite strong. And then we have several other faculties where actually, which are not probably there in many of the technical universities. So that's where actually we really hope to have full-fledged knowledge support to this large-scale transition by connecting different knowledge domains. And then we need training program. If we have 25,000 people to be retrained, we need to have large-scale training programs. We have experience from EU projects such as KnowHigh and TeachHigh. So KnowHigh project, I have led the project. We have trained around 800 trainees in hydrogen technologies with innovative teaching approaches in different countries in Europe. And TeachHigh, we are actually starting a full European MSc program to be taught at several European universities on hydrogen fuel cell technologies, which many lectures available in recorded mode to be taught in blended mode. So that's actually connecting us with ongoing activities in Europe and even playing a leading role in such activities in Europe, but also making use of these opportunities for fulfilling the local requirements. So we aim to train around 25,000 professionals in next 10 years. Valorization Center, of course, we also would like to have startup ecosystem here with people capable of contributing with technical solutions required for large-scale implementation of hydrogen technology for multiple applications. But we hope to have facilities, test facilities, complementary facilities, not only in Groningen, but also in other nearby cities such as Leeuwarden, Emmen, etc.
Arafin,
yeah.
Arafin,
yeah.
You have about 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Is it okay for you to try to speed up?
Yeah, sure. So just to expand environmental and social psychology to look at acceptance studies, energy law about regulations, and extra legal factors for transition to hydrogen-based society, and command and control instruments, etc. Economics and business, looking at ensuring economic conditions for true adoption, because everything what we do should be economically viable. And spatial sciences, looking at regional allocation of facilities and economic spin-off, etc. So different knowledge lines all working together. And then within my own group, we look at hydrogen and fuel cell teaching programs, development of high efficiency systems, electrochemistry and fuel oxidation, electrolysis and reversible fuel cell systems, transportation applications, maritime, aircraft, etc., and waste to energy, waste to hydrogen, etc. But an important part is, this is, for example, a European program, KnowHigh, for training large number of hydrogen fuel cell technicians using the limited facilities available based on innovative approaches. And we have trained around 700-800 technicians in Europe, in many countries, in different languages in a year at the end of in the final year of the program. And actually, we have offered these training programs for a free only in one city in Europe those days, and that was actually Groningen. And different universities, etc., were all involved. TeachHigh is a similar program, a full MSc program to be taught in different European universities. These lectures are also going to be probably available and for building up local MSc programs. And we hope to make use of several of these lectures to have specialization lines for hydrogen specialization opportunities for different MSc programs within the university, if we are successful with our efforts. But I think this is also a program in which we can actually have other universities, maybe from Indonesia, to join in the future. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arafin, for the clear presentations. And let's give a round of applause to Arafin today. So I would like to invite the next speaker, and it will be presented by Bu Tina Kemala, who is currently the Director of Human Resources, Government and Risk Management at PT Pupuk Indonesia. I think without any further ado, I would like to invite Bu Tina to tell us a bit more on the PT Pupuk Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon from Indonesia. Great honor for me to be invited here as a representative of Pupuk Indonesia the Indonesia state-owned enterprise, which manufactures fertilizer. I'm also a chairperson of Sri Kandi BUMN, the SOE's women leader community. I would like to thank the committee from the Embassy of Indonesia in Netherlands, ECADIN, and the ITB Alumni Association for this opportunity. I would also like to extend my warm greetings to Bapak Mayor Vas, Bapak Hageng Nugroho, Mrs. Carla Robledo, Prof. Bayu as moderator, fellow speakers, and all participants in the meeting room. Based on what we heard so far from the fellow speakers before me, the future of hydrogen as clean energy is very attractive for the global industry. We must build capacity and value creation to strengthen our capacity and capability to lead green and sustainable industry initiatives. Today, I would like to present the urgency and how the Pupuk Indonesia Group will embrace and prepare for this transformative shift and business model. Indonesia is among the countries prone to climate change impact. Until now, 1 degree Celsius temperature rise causes floods, drought, and other disasters. By 2050, IPCC predicted that the increase in average temperature would reach 1.7 degrees Celsius. It would bring much disastrous impact on society. Thus, the Indonesian government committed to accelerating global net zero and submitted the National Determined Contribution, or NDC, in Paris Agreement. The updated NDC stated a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 31.89% with its own capabilities and 43.2% with foreign assistance. The government of Indonesia also has already issued carbon tax and pricing regulations related to these matters. I would like to explain about the recent organization structure under Ministry of SOEs. There are 12 clusters under 2 vice ministers, each of them divided into 6 clusters. Pupuk Indonesia is included in food and fertilizer industry sector. As part of SOEs, together we are build strategic business initiatives, strengthening competitiveness, synergy, and performance, and also creating sustainability growth in Indonesia economy. In 2021, Pupuk Indonesia ranked 7th in revenue and profit among SOEs. Pupuk Indonesia itself, the largest fertilizer, including ammonia producer in Southeast Asia, has an important role in Indonesia agriculture development and food security. Our total production capacity is around 14.9 million tons per year for urea and NPK, with ammonia production around 6.3 million tons per year. We are a state-owned enterprise that is responsible to create a sustainable agri-food system. We produce various types of fertilizers such as urea, NPK, organics, biofertilizer, and other chemicals. To support our core business, Pupuk Indonesia Group provides engineering services, procurement, construction, trading, distribution, energy, utilities, and food. As we know, urea is produced from ammonia, which is reacted with carbon dioxide. Ammonia produced from hydrogen as recently is still converted from fossil fuel or natural gas, called gray ammonia. We realize that transformation into a more sustainable industry is a must to create more sustainable product and businesses. We have more than 60 years of experience as an ammonia producer since 1959. Thus, we strongly believe our capability to gain the right momentum to transform as a chemical and clean energy provider. This is the moment of truth for us, for our business transformation to near future. Now, we are still in this stage. We produce gray ammonia for our fertilizer. In the near future, it would shift into blue and green ammonia in the following process. In the future, ammonia from green hydrogen plays a role in electricity and marine fuel supply to meet net zero emission by 2060. The demand will grow significantly over the years until 2060. By the time ammonia and hydrogen cover 4% of the national energy demand, consisting of 50% of domestic shipping fuel demand, 7% of road transportation, and 4% of electricity generation in Indonesia. The production by 2060 will reach 7 million tons of hydrogen equivalent. Pupuk Indonesia plans to diversify its green ammonia downstream use to embrace this new market demand in coal-fired power plants and domestic shipping fuel. In order to implement that, Pupuk Indonesia has established a new task force for blue and green ammonia this year. To support Indonesia's aspiration towards net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, Pupuk Indonesia has been chosen among 6 other SOEs to be pioneers in national decarbonization initiatives in 2021. Since then, Pupuk Indonesia has done baselining and verifying its carbon emission quantities. We create decarbonization roadmap initiatives to be realized in the near and long term. The blue ammonia project is ready to start in 2025, while green ammonia should wait several years to be implemented in our industry, expected to start beyond 2030. By 2060, the total target of CO2 reduction emission of PI group is 5 million tons of CO2, equal more than 30% of the total emission in that year. Last week, at SOE International Conference in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia, our CEO, Mr. Bakir Pasaman, mentioned the strong commitment of Pupuk Indonesia to be the leader in the green and blue ammonia development despite several challenges. 2 significant challenges are supporting policies and the new technology risk. To mitigate this risk, Pupuk Indonesia will start to build a pilot project for green hydrogen to seek viable technology with our partner from many countries. We must ensure the competitive cost and the best technology be implemented. To cope with the requirements of the new business models, Pupuk Indonesia needs to accelerate the realization of 4 main enablers: system, process, people, and infrastructure to meet the market demand. We will shift from only fertilizer and chemical business company into fertilizer, chemical, and energy company. I would like to focus on the aspect of people. There are 3 main approaches for preparing talent, consists of redefining new competency and capabilities, reskilling and upskilling employees' competencies, and the third, for some critical positions, we will recruit professional hire, especially expert in blue and green ammonia technology. Today, Pupuk Indonesia is undergoing a transformation in business streams, human capital, and digitalization. Pupuk Indonesia should strengthen its capabilities in one single platform human capital management system based on our long-term planning 2020 to 2024. we determine the ultimate goals of human capital development is to be the world-class human capital. The initiative strategies are as follows: strengthening the organization through a better talent and talent mobility strategy. Second, strengthening talent sourcing, diversity, engagement, and employee evaluation. The third, creating a collaborative and high-performance company culture. To achieve these goals, Pupuk Indonesia brings human capital roadmap for the next 3 years to deliver high performance, high capability to individuals and teams. Pupuk Indonesia is fostering quality human resources through increasing competency by deploying top talents to various strategic projects such as the development of the green energy industry. Now we are conducting massive innovation culture for all the employees so we could accelerate the target achievement I have mentioned before. Not only the top talent, we need to change the mindset and focus of the employee from only fulfilling public services obligation into a commercial battleground. Pupuk Indonesia is also committed to increasing the number and quality of top talent by preparing and accelerating the production of superior cadres. This is because 85% of the talent in Pupuk Indonesia are millennials and only 11% of total female employees. These are our key challenges. We have also a mandatory target from the Ministry of SOEs to increase the participation of this group in board of directors position. The transformation in human capital is performed including the enhancement of millennials and women leaders participation in 2023 by 10% and 25% respectively. Of course, Indonesia is having a strong commitment in terms of inclusivity and diversity in the workplace. In the end, we wish to achieve beyond this target to make sure the required support for our business transformation. As we know, more diverse organizational structure will lead to more improvement in the company performance. Before I close my presentation, let's watch our company.
We are one of the largest fertilizer company in the world. Our total ammonia production is 6.3 million tons per year, which made us one of the biggest ammonia producer in Asia. Of that amount, we exported almost 1 million ton per year and used the other as raw material for urea production. Pupuk Indonesia also produce fertilizers such as urea, NPK, and others with a total production of 13.9 million tons per year. We cover domestic and foreign market through strong distribution network and other supporting facilities. We have also vast experience and expertise in handling ammonia and equipped with extensive facilities such as receiving terminal, ammonia storage, and ammonia vessel. Pupuk Indonesia is currently on development stage of plants of ammonia, urea, methanol, and other adjacent chemicals located in vicinity of natural gas resources. In the short term, we are developing upcoming projects such as Pusri 3B in Palembang, and for the middle to long-term plan, we are preparing projects on Lok Sumawe, Yamdina Island, and West Papua. We already initiated a decarbonization roadmap to support the government's net zero emission program. We are focusing in the clean energy business with carbon capture facilities, and in collaboration with Toyo Engineering, we are planning to develop green hydrogen pilot plant in Lok Sumawe, Aceh. In order to support the government program of net zero emission, Pupuk Indonesia is ready to carry out carbon trading program initiated by the Ministry of SOE. In 2030, gray ammonia international trade will be around 30 million ton. Meanwhile, blue and green ammonia demand will grow up to 100 million ton, which mostly are used for industrial and agricultural needs. With high demand of ammonia in the region, Pupuk Indonesia has a great opportunity to be one of the main player in Asia Pacific. The forecast by IHS has shown that the world demand for blue and green ammonia will reach up to 103 million tons per year by the end of 2035. We consider this a huge market opportunity for Pupuk Indonesia Group to develop the ammonia business to meet the blue and green ammonia demand for energy sector. Pupuk Indonesia believe that ammonia is the hope for the future of clean energy development, where ammonia would serve as cheaper and safer hydrogen and energy carrier. Blue ammonia is produced by ammonia plants, which are equipped with CO2 storage or utility facilities. As a result, it doesn't have CO2 footprint. Concept of blue ammonia using carbon capture storage and enhanced oil recovery. We are planning to develop this project in various locations such as Aceh, West Java, South Sumatra, and Yamdina Island, with collaboration with several SOE, national and foreign partners. This project is planned to start in 2030. Production of green ammonia requires electrolysis to get H2 to make ammonia, with no CO2 emission during this process. The use of renewable energy power is mandatory for producing green ammonia. Indonesia have numerous renewable energy sources, and with the support of the government, it would benefit green ammonia development in the future. We are developing this project in various locations such as Aceh, West Java, and East Kalimantan. We have extensive research in the commercial and policy area for green ammonia. Pupuk Indonesia is focusing on becoming one of the main players in the development of clean energy by initiating Green Industry Cluster in Iskandar Muda Industrial Area. This Special Economic Zone, or SEZ, is divided into 5 areas which are adjusted according to their designation area, including chemical, petrochemical, energy, community, and agro zones. This cluster would provide added value for Pupuk Iskandar Muda and other stakeholders. Iskandar Muda Industrial Area is offered as an integrated green and blue chemical with a land area of approximately 130 acres. PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero is committed to produce green, blue ammonia and green energy by collaborating with other companies. Here in Pupuk Indonesia, we prosper with Indonesia.
this area, but of course have experience work in a similar industry.
Right. So basically, the idea is to exchange experience and knowledge as well, and also potentially having some technology transfer to Pupuk Indonesia. That is clear. And in your presentations, you describe about the current ongoing partnerships with Japan. And I was wondering whether there are already also an existing plan to establish other partnerships with other part of the world.
Yes, we still try to get the right partnership, of course, for blue and green ammonia. And we still open all possibilities, especially in global networking, global partner.
I see. Any questions, by the way, from the audience on this aspect?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. So there is AD from Hasuni has questions.
Thank you. My question would be with regards to the production of ammonia. Do you see Indonesia in the future, let's say, as a net exporter or importer of ammonia? Also, given the thought that Indonesia will be the sixth largest industrial country of the world, which we heard this morning. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Thank you.
Okay, in business perspective, of course, because we will move to blue and green ammonia business in energy, any kind of the business prospect, we would like to create and enhance that area.
I see. That's a very short answer, but maybe we can elaborate that more potentially when you are coming here live. So,
yes.
Any more?
Sorry.
Yes, there is a question from the back.
Yeah.
So from Pa Bambang.
Yes. Opportunity. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm from ITB alumni. And I was wondering because you will be focusing on the human capital, so development of human resources. I was wondering because in Indonesia there is a trend of big state-owned enterprises to found universities like Telkom and then Pertamina, and I was wondering if there is a vision also in this direction from Pupuk Kaltim. Is there already a university of Pupuk Kaltim? That's my question.
Pupuk Kaltim is one of the subsidiaries, our subsidiaries, as like we mentioned before. All state-owned enterprise, state-owned company from Pupuk already make a holding, and then Pupuk Indonesia as a holding have subsidiaries like Kaltim, Petrokimia Gresik, Pupuk Indonesia, Pupusri, and then Pupuk Iskandar Muda in Aceh. So we want to develop focus. We have to prepare since now, of course, the competencies in blue and green energy. So we need to send our to choose our top talent to build specific competencies, technical competencies, of course, in that areas. So maybe Pupuk Kaltim is the biggest subsidiaries already prepare for that, but still we still want to develop more the number of employees to shifting or to add our business transformation. So not only chemical and fertilizer. So we will add energy from ammonia. So this like a new DNA for us, yeah. So we want to not only reskilling but upskilling our competencies.
Yeah, so Butina, maybe a follow-up question to that, because probably that is also the question that we would like to ask. Is there a plan to develop your own university of Pupuk Indonesia? UI.
Maybe not in recent or in near. Maybe better we make a collaboration with not built by ourselves. Maybe better. Yeah, thank you.
So we would like to thank you again, Butina, for your availability. And again, our invitations is still open, and please visit us in the near future. Thank you, Butina.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And I would like to invite the next speaker, who is quite well established in the Groningen area. He is Lars de Groot, Managing Director of Demcon Industrial Systems. He's been developing various technology in the north, helping the various technology company in the north already since the beginning of 2000s, with various positions in Drachten. And today he's going to tell us about the recent endeavor by Demcon towards the hydrogen technology. So Demcon, sorry. Lars, the place is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank you about to get the opportunity to talk about our hydrogen projects, the Waviator, in this setting. Maybe you can start the presentation. The Waviator project is a collaboration between the local university and a couple of companies based locally here. I'll elaborate a bit on that, but I'll start to set the stage a bit by a few stages. Yeah, oh, that's great. Thank you very much. A couple of sheets about Demcon. Where do I point this? So Demcon was founded almost 3 decades ago by 2 ambitious students, and those 2 men are still our current 2 owners. We've grown up to about 1,000 engineers and do about a little over 100 million euros turnover. 60% of the turnover we get from abroad. Let's see if you can go to the next. Demcon is located at 8 sites. 5 of those are at university cities in the Netherlands. And we have 3 sites abroad, one in Münster in Germany, just across the border here. A small site in Singapore, and we are starting up in Tokyo, Japan. Our focus is always to be close to universities, because what we do is we make new technology available for prototype and new markets. So the collaboration between universities for us is of key importance. We start from early idea all the way up to production. Usually the idea is that we start quite far ahead to see with customers and universities which available technology components are able to solve challenges in radical new ways. Demcon as a company on the whole is split into 3 parts. About 50-60% of our revenue is done by doing contract R&D for other customers who need new technology and new technology platforms. That's in different market segments. We do about 20% is production of mostly of systems we engineered earlier for customers, and we tend to produce them, especially on medical systems, for quite a while afterwards. And about 20-30% of our revenue is bringing new systems and new technologies, our own technology to the markets. And that's quite a big range everywhere where we see a new market opportunity. And we think we have the key enabling technologies available within the company to address this new challenge. We can start up a new company taking that on. And one of our newest companies is Demcon Energy Systems, which is also the lead company in the Waviator project. So now I'll shift over to the main topic, the Waviator project. This is a local project that we started up last year. And the aim is to do one of the building blocks into the total chain, to make the block of the electrolyzer more cheaper and more flexible. And that's the focus. So the rest of the chain is being addressed by other companies, but we focus on this specific challenge within this project. We do that with a lot of other companies, but I'll get into that a bit later on. Yeah. Right, so we see an electrolyzer and also the storage afterwards as a key component, combining the green energy sources to the end markets where you need to take use maybe in another time with another frequency of the green energy that's being supplied by more flexible sources like wind and sun. We did a thorough market analysis before starting up this project, both on the technology side and also on have an investigation on where our competitors are. We ended up deciding that we were focusing on an alkaline solution, which is more or less established technologies, where there's still a lot of engineering technology challenges to be solved, but not so much science to be done. Still, but that's for us. We think that's the best way to make a flexible and robust solution in a reasonably short period of time. There's many other companies working on similar solutions. So we did an investigation where our niche would be, where we could most competitively bring our solution to the markets, and also be able to do it within a couple of years, because most of the timelines we've seen today is talking more about many years or decades. And for us as a somewhat smaller company, that's too big an horizon. So we need to have a smaller horizon where we can invest in the solution now. Of course, there are some risks involved. You might not be able to save all the energy, but if we do, we want to maybe address a real market within a couple of years. So we focus on the next sheet, and I'll try again to click it. I'm not sure if the one on the top left is visible here, but there's a ladder of different opportunities where hydrogen is used, necessary or unavoidable or competitive, and some are already addressed. So we're focusing on the 3 blue dots. That's also in the gray area below. So we think our niche where we would deliver for is in mobile equipment, especially off-road mobile equipment, chemical feedstock, there's also a rise demand, and in commercial space heating, which is a bit lower on the unavoidable ladder, but we think that's easier there to find customers, a single customer who already has some electricity generation and wants to invest in this. So that's the number of stakeholders there is a bit less complicated to get real projects, also commercial projects on the way in a bit. So that's where we're focusing our research on to make a solution for that niche. So given this background, we then try to find a nice consortium of knowledge carriers within the university there. We saw in the presentation of Professor Arvid, there's a lot of available knowledge. This is quite valuable for these kind of solutions available here at the university, but there's also strong companies in the region who have already solved some of the challenges when you want to address that system. So we formed a consortium with the companies on the top and also on the bottom right. one of the main contributors is the university, who brings in a lot of science and research. But we also have some companies who already have previous experience. So Dauna is a metal worker who already has strong experience in using metals for hydrogen solutions, which takes a lot of material knowledge to make sure that your solutions stay whole also in over time. And Redstack is a company also locally who have already knowledge with stacks of generating electricity. So that's also knowledge we can use quite well in this project. On the control part, basically, is also a local company who's power electronics and systems control knowledge that we can use. So together with these more technical companies and the network partners, the New Energy Coalition, which is one of the key players here to get the Hydrogen Valley up and running all the projects, and we have a strong first use case at the Groningen Airport Eelde, where they have a need for hydrogen in the future, but they also locally have a big solar field. So they generate they generate the electricity, and they also want to use it in a few years. So with this group of companies and the university, we try to solve the solution of being an electrolyzer stack for we call it medium scale, but in the numbers we heard today, it's more on the small scale size. But we aim to for a modular system between 100 kilovolt up to 1 megavolt. The size about a container, standard container, and we want to have a system that you can flexibly place at the point where there's a local supply and a local demand. So that might be big farms or a data center or some other industrial partner who has local energy and also the local usage for it. And that's the place where we aim for. One of the challenges we will need to solve is get the cost way down. Add to the cost if you don't take care of those. Transportation will be a bit lower if you combine a local supply and a local demand, and also the facilities and tax, so that the middleman is cut out if you combine it locally. Well, this is a picture of the airport Groningen, where our first prototype will be located next year, 1 year from now. The big solar field is there, and they plan to have a gas station to supply the hydrogen to maybe trucks from the region, but also their own ground vehicles which service the airports. That's the idea, is to electrify those, and so that's also a big user, but also a local user. A couple of years from now, there are ideas to also use planes who can use the hydrogen. But it's quite a nice early site to test the technology. All right, the schematic of our system. The aim is to have a modular system of things that you can, for different solutions, if you scale it up, you put in a couple of more modules. And the stack on the right is the surrounding technology to make sure that your outcome will fit to the local use. Because if there's different use, if you just want to burn the hydrogen to get back to energy, then the purity constraints are not so big. But if you have specific industrial uses, you might need a very high purity or some other restraints, and that's something that we want to take care separately. So the idea is to have on the one side the flexibility to have a good efficiency if it's fluctuating demand from solar or wind, and on the other side have in the setup that we put somewhere, have the flexibility to output the quality of hydrogen that's locally needed. Bit more insight, same schematic, but also the idea which technology will solve in the modules, and which are we going to use in the balance of plant. So the balance of plant is where we make the connection to the users, and that's something that you will always need. And the stacks should be as cheap as possible, also to keep the capex cost down, and they should be interchangeable. So if one breaks down, you put in another, and you fix it somewhere else to make sure that you already have always have a functioning system on site. And that's where we in the stack we also fix the gas separation, the electrolyte flow, cooling, and the pressure issues, and purification, drying, cooling, demineralization. That's the things that we use at the balance plant. So the chunk of technology at the end. All right. So where are we now? We are now 1 year in the project, and we're now doing a very small prototype with the one on the right we brought along. So if anyone wants to physically see it, my colleague Remco is here, who can talk a bit about it. It's quite small, but for us it was just to test the behavior of the electrolyzer stacks, how the bubbles form, because everywhere there's a bubble, you're not electrolyzing anymore. So there's some internal challenges that we needed to save, and also some stuff around it with leakage, material degradation, and those kind of things. So we made these two setups, and we're now confident to have a clear technology path towards the prototype that we'll put on the airports next year. All right, so this is our overall roadmap. The first Waviator project will take care of the first slice to take care of the core technology. Then from next year, we plan to start up the new prototype phase a bit bigger to also take care of the modularity and scale it up to a couple of 100 kilowatts. We'll have a part of the growth funds that was mentioned earlier already. So the first part, the Waviator, was funded by local money, just a local investment subsidy program where we could use. And this is next phase. Every phase, of course, will be a bit more expensive. But the next phase, we got money for allotted from the growth fund, one of the growth funds. That's all about key enabling technologies, the next gen high tech, and that's there we co-finance next to our own investments. That phase. Afterwards, we go to a beta and a series production, and then in a couple of years, because we expand the market to solidify quite fast. So we'll plan to have a sellable system on the market in just a few years. Bit more about the first two phases. So the pilots for the Waviator at the airport is just to take care of the core technology, tech design, the manifolds, the flexibility on the front side to scale with the demands of available electricity, even when the clouds come before the sun, without using too much efficiency. And then the prototype phase will scale it up with to make sure that our modular ideas work. And then we also want to connect to the supplier. So in the first phase, we just test the technology, but we don't use the hydrogen yet. And after the second phase, in 2 years, we also it would be nice to also actually supply the hydrogen to a local supplier at the airport or some other sites where we can test this. All right, final slide. So this is an example, small example, I think, but a good example of a local consortium using the locally available technology, but also funds to start up a business and bring together some companies who have a shared vision in this.
So thank you, Lars. Shall we?
Thank you very much.
So it's nice to see a really technology company who try to build the local ecosystems in these transitions, because that is also one thing that is really needed for the region to be able to be independent. And I think the same model can also be developed in Indonesia, learning from the experience from DEMCON. So I think we come to the sessions where we would like to have a very short discussions, since we have quite a busy schedule, and we will have a site visit to the labs. And some people already prepared their labs for the visits. So I think we could have an ongoing discussion during the lab visit as well. But let's start a bit of discussions. And Arafin, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Right. Thank you, Arafin. So both of the technologies are here.
Yeah.
And I would like to open the floor for the discussions. Maybe I would like to give the floor to the audience whether there are some discussions. Yes, go ahead, Pak Hagam.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Yes, just a bit questions. I mean, like, I'm interested in the modular system, which is you. In this case, it could be like 1 kilowatt until 100
kilowatts. Yeah, we hope to scale it up a bit further along later, but this is where we're aiming at now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just how much funding needed if, for example, we would like to put in for 1 kilowatt, or how much the H2 hydrogen needed to fit that. I mean, like the small modular, like for my understanding is you put the hydrogen into the modular, and then it could produce the electricity. After sometimes you need to replace the modular, and how long will it need to replace that? And do we need to shut down the power plant if we replace that, or how could we proceed on that? Because this, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was thinking it's similar to the small modular from nuclear power plant. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some of this is being developed, so I'm guessing a bit. You'll forgive me. But we aim for the transition into modules that should be very quick. But I'm sure that you have to shut the system down for a short period of time. But this is a system where you put in the electricity and get out the hydrogen. So if you shut it down, then you're wasting a bit of electricity, which is a shame, of course. But if you can get it up and running in 50 minutes or half an hour, then the downtime should be quite short. And it's also, how much funding? I think the first project is a couple of million, 3 or so. And we get about 40% is subsidized, and the rest is invested by the companies involved. The cost will scale up a bit further along, but we hope to get lead customers then also, who will be able to also help fund some of the development. And of course, it also helps that the governments are thinking about the users of hydrogen to help them bring it down a bit, for at least for the period of time until we get up to a reasonable competitive price point.
Thank you. Thank you. I see that there's a question as well from Emma. Yeah. And maybe you can indicate whether you want to ask both gentlemen.
I will. Thanks for the time. And thanks for the nice presentation as well from both of the speakers. Maybe it's a little bit technical, but I have 2 questions. So one with regards to the lifetime of electrolyzer. I haven't seen that in your slides, as well as in the slide of Professor Arafin. Is it actually a concern? Because I haven't seen that from your R&D projection as well.
We're still working on it. It much depends on the wear and tear of the materials, and it's quite a hostile, because you have salt water and large currents, so it's quite a hostile environment to the metals, and also it's a quite small molecule, so the risk of leakage somewhere in the system is also quite big. So that's one of the robustness is one of the challenges we are still facing. We aim for at least 5 years before replacing the module, but more will be better.
Arafin, can you address this question as well?
I think it's very important to operate these systems in a wise way because alkaline electrolyzers are known to be useful if the system operates steady state, and when PEM electrolyzers may be a bit more flexible. But it's very important in the near future. Well, with renewable energy dominating in future, intermittency will be a problem. And managing all this, the right type of equipment and the right type of operation strategy to keep them operational for longer years, it's all important knowledge lines to develop further as well. So.
But in your experience, Arafin, what will be the typical lifetime of the electrolyzer?
Well, this is something. It's. Let me just look at this way. In solid oxide fuel cells, several years ago, in European scientific community, the target lifespan was say 40,000 hours. But then as the knowledge confidence increased, maybe I think it's the Japanese scientists who took the initiative but started setting target as 100,000 hours. Now,
Arafin, I'm not asking about the price. I'm asking about the lifetime.
No, 100,000 hours. So that was solid oxide cells. Originally, there was thought about 40,000 hours, and then the target in European circles, that's what the number we used to discuss. But then the Japanese scientists started talking about, when as the conference increased, well, why not 100,000? So that's actually an evolving story. When systems are properly understood and engineered in the future, tens of thousands of hours should be possible. But of course, that's where we electrochemical system engineers to electrochemists and material scientists to control system engineers all need to work together.
Yes.
Thanks for the answers. I've got the second question, if I may. This is with regards to the design of the modular stack that you are presenting. There is also economy of scale in there. I think you know that going bigger will be cheaper. That's typically what we do in industries. And how do you balance that out? Because I haven't seen that in your presentation as well.
A bit of a market-focused choice. I think our system might not be the best solution for a gigawatt scale. If you have all the wind farms in the sea, another solution will emerge that will take care of that. So we are mostly the decentralized, flexible option. I'm thinking that will be a niche. But one of the issues is to make sure that the modules are cost efficient. So that will
exactly. Indeed.
A bit more stable.
It has some flexibility, of course, if you go to modular.
You can
because then you can just
and also on the more. If you have a largely flexible power source, having a modular approach will also make sure that you keep a certain efficiency. Because if you have a whole big stack and you scale it up and down, with the heating, you need a specific temperature to most efficiently operate a system like this. And if you have a modular approach, you can just have a couple of modules keep running at the peak efficiency and scale down segment by segment as the load varies.
Yeah, but I can also imagine that you also still look for the future to actually scale it up.
Maybe I can answer it a bit. If you like. There are two things. There is economy of scale, but there is also economy of numbers. If you look at gas turbine and steam turbine power plants, you go to 100 megawatt plus, etc., then there is sort of economy of scale. But if you look at IC engines, they're also for producing power, maybe a few kilowatt level or for your car. And there, it's actually the economy of numbers. The smaller systems probably need to be mass produced. But one beauty with electrochemical systems, whether in an electrolysis mode or fuel cell mode, is that very often small-scale systems are all as efficient as large-scale systems. That's not the case in many large systems. For example, gas turbines, 40 megawatt, you have around 100 megawatt plus, you will have around efficiencies of 40%. But if you go to a 10 kilowatt gas turbine, the efficiency will be maybe 5% or whatsoever. So, but you don't see such differences in electrolyzers and fuel cells. So if you downscale, one reason for the economy why it could actually be better if it is upscaling it because of the efficiency improvement. But that doesn't. It's not a very important factor in electrochemical systems. So you can actually think of smaller systems which are efficient and which are also probably economically viable. And so if economy of scale or economy of numbers, but I think economy of numbers with smaller numbers might be an attractive option with electrochemical systems. So maybe that's
Thank you. All right. So thank you, Raymond. I think I would like to close the session because I would like to give more time for audience to learn the lab that we have here. We unfortunately do not have a possibility to visit the Hydro Hub due to a lot of issues with the security and so forth. But we would be able to visit a small-scale lab of Professor Arafin as well as other people. Professor Vasilis, are you here? I saw him just now, but he has left. I hope that he's going to show us his lab in the meantime. But I would like to kind of, again, close the sessions of this morning, and let's give round of applause to the speakers. And for the demonstrator from DEMCON, it's here. I would suggest that we can take a look at that after the lab visit.
We have it with us, so at any point in time, when there's some time, we can show you.
And then also, due to the difficulty in logistics, I'm not sure whether we should someone would wait here in the room. Okay, so let's go to the lab. Chaitanya. Oh, he's gone as well. Okay, so we will return back after the lunchtime for those of you who joined online. Thank you.
And also warm applause for Professor Bayu for the moderator. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to this session, this afternoon session. Still part of the INTPF Indonesia, the Netherlands Technology Partnership Forum 2022. So in this afternoon session, there will be two guest speakers that will share and enlighten us further on this topic towards hydrogen economy lesson from the Netherlands. Before going into that, I hope you have already a good lunch and good evening from the people in Indonesia. I'm not sure if it's already dinner time over there, but it will be soon, I guess. And then I would like to hand over this session to our moderator and facilitator, Mr. Rivo Octaviano. Mr. Rivo is a technical consultant at TNO of Energy Transition. So, Mr. Rivo, please, the floor is yours. So, I think.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rivo. I hope you enjoyed the lab tour that we just conducted 1 hour ago. Maybe we have really short time for eating lunch, but we would like to have now the follow-up discussion for the afternoon. So it's more detailed. In the morning, Carla already explained about the Dutch roadmap regarding the hydrogen from 2030 up to 2050, that we would like to invite our next speaker is from GasUni. It's Mr. Edi Liklama Nayehoop. So basically, he has working for GasUni quite a long time, 33 years old. It's quite really experienced. Currently, he serves as a project director of Hydrogen Backbone. So he's an integration manager, Hydrogen Network Netherlands, involved in several projects in the development of hydrogen pipeline infrastructure and integrating this with the running business. Edi quite has extensive experience as project manager of natural gas infrastructure project like LNG terminal, compressor station, and pipeline. But also, besides this project management, he has also experience as a CIO of GasUni before. So let's see. I hope you can give enhancement regarding what is a GasUni roadmap in this coming years.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
This one's forward, huh? Okay, so thank you for having me. But before I start my talk, I'd like to take you back to where I was born. I was born in Zimbabwe, and I lived in Harare for 15 years. And I remember when I was a little boy, and when the sun came out in the summer, when it started beating down on our heads, we would gather up our courage to go to the swimming pool. Because one thing you should know about swimming pools in Africa, they are not heated. So especially in the beginning of the summer, the water is very, very cold. So when we'd go there, we'd go with our friends, and then we would line up and we would dare each other to jump in. And then we said, okay, let's go. So we'd all run to the pool together. And then there was one person who would jump in and the rest would stand. And it would be the laughing stock, because everybody was laughing because you were the only one in this cold pool. But we learn from our mistakes. So we get out of the pool and then we join hands. And when we join hands, we are kind of making a contract with each other. So, and in making this contract and keeping our hands tied together, we again run to the pool and then everybody's pulled in. So we all jump into this pool together. And this, I think, symbolizes what we're facing at the moment. Because we are in a transition period, we are all facing this hydrogen pool, which we have to jump into. And we have to have contracts in place to make this work. And GasUni, as a company, Next slide, please. Yeah. Is it working? Okay, thank you. So Gazini as a company is kind of in the middle. So we are the company that is joining, let's say, these hands of our partners on the production side and on the usage side. So we are connecting these two. And we have said, well, we are going to be upfront in this game. We want to invest in the hydrogen economy by investing in the pipelines upfront. But we are also saying we are not going to do this without having the contracts in place. So this is, I think, why I'm telling this story about holding each other's hands and getting it moved. So if you look at this network, and Carla showed this picture this morning, and the interesting thing is that we have a lot of parallel pipelines. So the gray and the yellow are different qualities. Yellow being high quality gas, natural gas, and gray being a low or the Groningen gas quality. And now the Groningen field is closing down. So that means that a number of these pipelines are becoming available for hydrogen. So that, I think, is the good news that we are looking into at this moment. We as Gazini are in a perfect position that we have these pipelines that are being made available for hydrogen transport. And another thing is also the situation of the Netherlands itself, being a country situated in the North Sea with a lot of offshore wind possibilities, and also having a number of major harbors which you can utilize for the import of hydrogen. So this actually is kind of a unique selling position for the Netherlands, where we are possible to be, let's say, in the front of making this step into the hydrogen economy. So we are investing enormously in the development of green energy, and as you can see on the graph, the major part of this is in hydrogen. But it's not only hydrogen that we're working on. We are working on a lot of different projects. So this is a map showing all the projects that we're working on. Besides hydrogen, we're also working on warm water pipelines. We're working on green gas production. We're working on import facilities, but also CCS, so carbon capture and storage. So these are all different projects which are going on at this moment. And we're working on them all. So the one is, let's say, further in development than the other, but these are all the developments going on. There's one pipeline which is called it's completely in the south, between Dow and Yara, which is already in operation. So there we already have a pipeline which is being utilized. Okay, so with regards to the development of the hydrogen itself, we've kind of split the industry in 4 pillars. Being transport, storage, import, and offshore. And I'll touch on these 4 topics as a process. So with the transport, as I said, we are kind of the connecting party, connecting demand and supply. And we have our plan is to have the network as which is shown on the top right. Up and running in 2030. And it's not only, let's say, the Netherlands, but it's also the northern part of Germany, because we not only have a network in the Netherlands, but we also have a network in the northern part of Germany, which we can also utilize. So together with the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and Carla gave this morning a presentation, we developed, let's say, a rollout plan, how the network itself will evolve. And at this moment, we are currently working on a pipeline in Rotterdam area. We've already ordered the materials for that. So the construction of that will probably start sometime next year. And we're also working on a lot of developments in the north of the country, working on in Zeeland, which is in the south, and in Amsterdam area. So these are the 4 industrial harbor areas where we will be concentrating on first, and then we will be connecting them. And we want to have this up and running around 2026 period. And then we want to step further, connecting, let's say, Gemmelot, which is completely in the south, which is a major demand area. But in the meantime, and it's also in 26, we also have our first cross-border connections. because in the south, we'll have cross-border connections with Belgium, and to the east, we have cross-border connections with Germany. So we're also in discussion with the system transport operators in Germany and Belgium to have the connections up and running there on time. But obviously, we will have to talk and ensure that these connections are there. And in the end, in 2030, we will have a kind of a ring in which hydrogen can be transported across the country. The network itself will have a capacity of around 10 gigawatts without compression. So the pressure of the network will probably be somewhere between 50 bars entry and 30 bars exit. The design pressure will be 66 bars because the current pipelines are all designed for 66 bars pressure. So that will be, let's say, the ultimate goal where we're going for is the 66 bar hydrogen pressure system. But in the first stage, we will be limiting it to 50 bars entry, 30 bars exit without compression. We can increase the capacity of the network by adding in compression where necessary. And that's, I think, one of the nice things about this network. It's also going to be attached to the existing compressor stations. So we can easily, let's say, transform compressors that are there to compress hydrogen. Obviously, the technology has to be developed to a further, let's say, technical readiness level. But these are developments that are going on at the moment. So, and in Germany, we're basically doing the same kind of three-phase approach. And there we have a slide showing how the development in Germany will be. This is obviously the Gasuni network in Germany, connecting, let's say, major industries. And you might be asking yourself, why this approach? And so our thinking was, when you're looking into developing this hydrogen backbone, and also thinking about where the major emissions are, the major emissions are with the industries. So we said we're going to focus first in the first stage on the industries to get them connected and get them converted to hydrogen. And after that, so after 2030, we will be going to the domestic market, maybe to households, or in the first stage, we think heavy transport, so trucks or trains or ships running on hydrogen. So these developments are obviously going on simultaneously. But we do see with regards to transport and distribution, we see a differentiation between industrial usage and domestic usage. But this is obviously a part of the bigger plan, and the bigger plan is the plan for the hydrogen backbone for Europe, which is going to be up and running somewhere around 2040. And as you can see, in 2030, especially, let's say, the German, Dutch, and Belgian part will be fully developed, and other countries will come along as in time as shown here. So this is, I think, the bigger plan where, let's say, all of Europe will be connected with the hydrogen backbone. And then something with regards to system integration, because obviously the energy transition is not only about hydrogen, it's also about electricity. So at this moment, let's say with regards to electrical consumption, electrons versus molecules, there's about 80-20% mix. So 20% of the energy usage within the Netherlands is electron-based and 80% is molecule-based. Currently, the electrical grid in the Netherlands has a capacity of around 20 gigawatts, whereas, let's say, the capacity of the gas transport network is 350 gigawatts. So if you're going to be transforming, let's say, this energy network, this electrical network, from a 20 gigawatt system, which now does 20%, and you have to get it up to 50%, which is obviously is the goal. It means a major investment in the electrical grid. And at this moment, TenneT is already investing 7 billion euros a year, let's say, on enhancing their grid, whereas we are investing 1.5 billion to develop this hydrogen grid, which will be able to transport 15 gigawatts of energy in the first stage. And so we think that hydrogen will play an important role, and it will develop as it continues, because we don't think that the electrical grid we'll be able to deal with the demand which will be out there in the future. There are a lot of areas in the Netherlands, especially the industrial areas, where it's difficult to get electrical connection at this moment, because the capacity of the network is not sufficient to deal with this. So, in our opinion, the capacity of the natural gas transport grid is there and can be utilized to deal with this energy demand question. So the real question is, where will it end up with regards to the split between electrons and molecules? We don't know, but obviously hydrogen will play an important role in that. So with regards to costs, because obviously when you start off a network, it's obviously a run-up, and so you start up with not a lot of contracts in place. So in the first stage, the network itself will not be economical feasible. So we have talks with the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So how can we deal with this? And we've come up with a plan with the Economic Affairs in which 750 million euros will be set aside for the gas we need to be able to deal with the losses that we'll be confronting in the first years until we get this 3 to 4 gigawatts of energy coming into our network. So this is basically a graph showing how this development is going and how we're dealing with this subsidy, which is not a capex subsidy, but is a subsidy which will deal with, let's say, the losses that we are confronted with when developing the network. With regards to the commercial prospects, this is a graph showing, let's say, the expression of interest that we are seeing at the moment. So how much entry and exit capacities are being requested. These are expression of interest. These are not contracts. So going back to holding of hands, we are on the side of the pool and we're standing next to each other. We don't have any hands holding yet. So this is a graph which you have to also understand with that in your mind, because if you look at the current situation, also with the high natural gas prices, you see a lot of companies also choosing to bring down their production to save money, and then not saying, okay, we will pay the extra amounts for this higher price energy. So it is a challenge also with regards to the hydrogen prices to make this step, and that's where the holding of hands, the contracts come back into place. We really need to have these contracts to get this thing, this up and running. But looking at this graph, and you see in 2030, where we are looking probably at a capacity of around, maybe 5-6 gigawatts. It really is promising. So it's not, let's say, that we are looking at something that is not feasible. It really is feasible. So we believe that this will really kick off. But once again, we do need these contracts in place to really show that we are in the right position. And then something with regards to the reuse of existing natural gas pipelines. Carla mentioned it this morning as well. The reuse of pipelines is 4 times cheaper than building new pipelines. So that is, I think, a very important case why we are reusing them. But another thing is, obviously, when you're constructing a new pipeline, there's a lot of burden to the environment. And you can avoid that kind of burden by reusing your pipelines. What you do need to do is you have to replace the valves, because the valve stations that are currently in existing pipelines are not suitable for hydrogen. So you have to replace them, but you need a lot less. So currently we have valve stations every 10 kilometers, and you can increase that up to 80 kilometers. So there's a lot less valve stations needed than the original in the original setup. So that is, I think, a good news. And then I've also shown a little bit of a insight into cost differences between, let's say, electrical cable and a gas pipeline. So this is a comparison of a pipeline which we built between the Netherlands and England, which cost us around 500 million euros. It has a capacity of 20 gigawatts. So that's one single pipeline connecting England. The power company, they build a BritNed pipeline cable across the sea floor, which costs a little bit more, so 600 million, and has a capacity of 1 gigawatt. So when you're looking into investing into energy transport networks, it makes sense to think about the differences between what can you do with a pipeline versus a cable. And obviously with the conversion from electricity to hydrogen, there's a loss of energy. So that's something you have to take into account. But it's really worthwhile to make the mathematics. And especially when we're thinking about offshore, when we're building offshore farms in the North Sea, the further the farms are away from the land, the more interesting it gets to do the electrolysis, not onshore, but offshore, and get the transport of the hydrogen in that way, or the energy in that way to the shore, because laying these cables is a very expensive proposition. And then with regards to balancing, because this is one of the important parts about having a hydrogen network set up, you have to realize that with green energy production, it fluctuates. It fluctuates with the sun, it fluctuates with the wind, and you have to balance this out. So we have done calculations, okay, how much capacity do we need with regards to storage facilities to take care of this imbalance in the network? And we've come up with a rough indication that for every gigawatt of hydrogen in your network, you need one cavern. And a cavern is roughly about 1 million cubic meters of space below ground in a salt cavern. Well, that's why it's called cavern. But so you need, let's say, for this 4 gigawatts that we're looking into, you probably need roughly about 4 caverns in place to balance the network. And the balancing of the network is important, obviously, because obviously the demand will be more stable. So companies want to have a stable offtake of hydrogen, whereas the production will fluctuate with the wind. But you can, I mean, this is probably one of the interesting parts of where we're going to, because if you're looking into the fluctuation, you can also manage this because you can make good predictions of, let's say, how the wind will be next week, as good as possible. We're getting better in this. But so you can, let's say, have more import coming, or you could have more blue hydrogen production set up to take care of these gaps. So, these are also balancing questions, but there's also balancing possibilities on the demand side. So, for instance, steel production companies who are going into this DRI process, changing the way of steel production, they can make a choice, either using hydrogen or natural gas. And so you can also balance the demand a little bit on that side. So balancing is, I think, an important issue to take care of. And then safety is obviously also another issue. We've done some intensive research on the suitability of the steel pipelines that we have with regards to usage for hydrogen. And we are very, very confident that it will work. We've done some investigation with regards to pressure fluctuations. So one of the things that we have to take care of is pressure fluctuations in the pipeline. With too much fluctuations, there is a probability of, let's say, a little bit more embrittlement of the material. But we've done, let's say, extensive research on this, and we've come up with the following. So with regards to the safety of a pipeline, you can go up to, let's say, 0.25 millimeters crack. Then you're still safe within 100 years. So 0.25 millimeters crack within 100 years time, you're still safe. And in our research that we've come up with, we have seen that the crack growth with using hydrogen with these pressure fluctuations that we have simulated is 0.01. So it's a lot safer than this 0.25. Yeah. And I think there's also a paper out there somewhere. So if you're interested, we can also share that. Another very important topic is the quality of hydrogen. We've come up with a quality of bigger than 90%, so larger than 98% pure hydrogen. We've come up with this percentage because it gives blue hydrogen, let's say, a good starting position for this with this percentage. Bringing it up higher would mean that you would lose a lot more product in the production of your blue hydrogen. And we need to kick off this economy, I think we do need blue hydrogen to start off with. So 98% is also about the demand. And obviously with regards to the 99.999, which is absolutely necessary for fuel cell usage. It's also something that is wanted by a lot of feedstock companies. So the discussions that we're having with feedstock companies more about what is in the 2%, which can be eliminated. And so quality is a very important topic to look in. This at this moment is not yet being fixed, so this is something that is still being discussed. But we have at this moment have kind of set up a standard for 98%. Just going on to storage. As I said, the storage we are looking into now is probably setting up 4 caverns in not so far from here, ravely I think 20 kilometers to the east. We have a possibility there to build caverns. Actually, there's already a cavern ready and waiting, so it's still filled with brine. So we can pump out the brine and then we can fill it with hydrogen. So I won't go into this too much, but we've done a lot of investigation into storage at the moment. So is the caverns, are they suitable for hydrogen storage? And the answer is simply yes, they are. So this is something that we're going into. And as I stated already, with regards to the necessity of storage is also influenced by the fluctuation of wind and solar. Right, and this is an overview of the pricing. So if you look at the pricing of what does it cost to store energy in the different forms versus, let's say, salt caverns and above ground cylinders, you see, let's say, a major difference in the pricing. So I think, salt caverns really have an important role to play. I think one of the large costs of a cavern is obviously the filling. So you need some cushion gas there, which will remain in the cavern, because you also need some pressure within the cavern to keep it safe. But I think this gives a nice overview of how these these areas can be compared. And also this is a comparison, let's say, with regards to electrical storage versus hydrogen storage in caverns. So if you're looking at the power wall, you need enormous lot of power walls before you can, let's say, get in the area of what you can do with regards to a cavern. And so in a cavern you can store roughly around 240 gigawatts per hour, whereas in a mega battery you're talking about 130 megawatts. And so there's a really dimensional difference in between storage of energy in these different systems. So as I stated, we are working on these caverns inside Wending. They have roughly 1 million cubic meters. They're the size of the Eiffel Tower. Gives an impression how big they are. And we are currently working on utilizing the cavern that is available. So we're setting up the installation to get this up and running. We want to have the first cavern available in 2026. So we've done some investigations. This is an overview, it's an interesting one, of, let's say, the salt layers within Europe. So one of the interesting things of this graph is there's a lot of availability of salt caverns also in the North Sea. So you can also think of having caverns built there. But there are areas in Europe where they don't have a lot of caverns. So that's going to be, I think, a challenge how to balance the whole European network. Luckily, there are also cavern possibilities in the south south of Europe. So I think that is very important. With regards to import, which you're also working on, we're working on the different forms of import: ammonia, liquid H2, compressed H2, and LOHC. Obviously, differences in technology development. So liquefied hydrogen is still a lot has to happen to get that up and running. Compressed hydrogen is pretty easy because I think everybody understands that. And LOHC is interesting, especially where you have harbors that are close to urban areas. So, for instance, Amsterdam, you will not see an ammonia terminal. You will typically see a LOHC. So, a LOHC terminal is more suited for close by transport, whilst ammonia is from far away. So at this moment, we're working on a project called ACE, which is in Rotterdam. We were working with Hess International and Vopak to set up a hydrogen or ammonia terminal, which will be used also as a balancing facility. And then we have our offshore proposition. So we are wanting to build a hydrogen pipeline through the North Sea, connecting offshore wind farms. And we've also, in the picture, you can also see some islands with a tree growing on. Well, they won't have any trees growing on these islands. I think they will probably be more kind of platform based. But as you can imagine, these wind farms producing electricity will be converting the electricity to hydrogen by electrolysis offshore, and having this imported by these offshore pipelines. So at this moment, we are still in discussion with Economic Affairs with regards to the role of Gasunie in this, but we are quite confident that we also will have a role in the offshore transport. We also have as shown in the picture, connections to Norway and to the UK, because we also expect that Norway will be a major producer of blue hydrogen, as they still have a lot of natural gas, and they also have very suitable fields where they can store the CO2, which you have to capture for the blue hydrogen. And as an example, in Germany, we're also working on a project called Aquaductus, which is connecting a lot of wind farms in the North Sea area of Germany, and having those the hydrogen port onshore. Okay. Oh yeah. No, I'm going too fast. An important topic for the whole hydrogen economy is certification. So certification of green and blue is a basis for the development, let's say, of a trading facility. So we at the end, so in the first stages, you will not have a lot of trading going on, but you have to really think of this upfront. How will you make it possible that you will have a trading platform in the future? And so we see a different steps in the development of a trading market. And we are also already doing pilots with a company called High Exchange to develop an exchange market for this hydrogen trading. But as I said, certification is key, and so we have to really understand what is blue and what is green. And I think an interesting topic is also what happens with the quality of the certification of this hydrogen if it is transported overseas using tankers that run on oil. And so, I mean, that also degrades the value of the hydrogen that you're transporting. So this is something that you really have to think about, is how do you keep the quality of the hydrogen high? It's not only about the production, it's also about the transport. Okay. So these are, let's say, steps that we're doing with High Exchange to make this trading facility possible. So as you can see, we want to have, let's say, kind of first set up in 2026, where you can basically do some trading. So a lot of the companies that we talk to with regards to production, they also do not really know where the hydrogen is going to. So they're saying, yeah, we want to have a trading place where we can connect with companies that want to buy the hydrogen from us. So trading is going to be a very important aspect of the hydrogen. And as I said, the certification process is important. Go back. So the certification process is important to distinguish between blue and green hydrogen. So that's a small show. We have at this moment there are two certifying companies in place. CertiQ, which is the electrical certification company, certifies green energy, and Vertigas, which certifies biogas, so green gas, but also will be certifying hydrogen. So that's my presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you for really interesting presentation. Before I give a question from the audience offline and online, I would like to maybe start a question. You mentioned, also Carla mentioned that repurposing the existing gas pipeline is basically reduced by 80% compared to building a new one.
Yeah.
Also in one of your slides, also by investing in the pipe for transport comparing to the electricity cable is also 20 times more cheaper.
Yeah.
Then I would like to know what means that on, and also our wind turbine currently maybe located in the offshore. It's in the Holland Coast in the north, and then maybe the landing point will be in the Eemshaven, and then maybe in the Maasvlakte area.
Yeah.
But what is really nice is you also mentioned about the pipeline and connecting the backbone. Is there any specific reason how you see that instead of putting like using the existing pipeline, because that also can reduce 80% maybe because
yeah, I agree. So I think that's a very good question. So when you're looking at this offshore pipeline, we will use as much as possible existing pipelines, because that makes sense. I mean, it does not make sense to lay now new pipelines where you can use existing pipelines. Obviously, the availability of these pipelines is obviously at this moment, in any case, a big question because of increased production of natural gas on the North Sea. So a lot of these pipelines still being utilized for natural gas transport.
Yeah.
But yes, obviously, when these pipelines are available for hydrogen transport, we will use them. And typically, there's a differentiation between offshore pipelines and onshore pipelines in the pressure. So offshore pipelines have typically a higher pressure range than onshore pipelines. So this is something that it's not a big challenge, but it's something that you have to deal with when you're bringing on high pressure offshore to onshore. But yeah.
But maybe a bit follow-up question means that the electrolyzer will be located near to the wind turbine instead of will be in the Groningen area or Maasvlakte.
Yeah, that's the idea. So you'll have offshore electrolyzers based on platforms, maybe even artificial islands. But personally, I think in the first stage it'll be offshore platforms.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the answer. It's really interesting. Maybe I would like to open a question from the audience in this building first. I see.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Thanks for the presentation.
Sure.
I'm Fajar. I'm actually the cameraman today, but also I'm actually working at Nobian. So I'm quite aware also about the southwinding salt caverns. About how the salt caverns can be used as a hydrogen storage. So my question is about the hydrogen storage itself. So you mentioned about the the comparison of how the salt cavern is much more effective, like economically compared to the standard or the traditional storage for the hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as I know, we don't have that privilege in Indonesia, so we don't have that much, salt layer that can be used as a salt caverns.
Yeah.
So I would think, the storage, if in case that we're gonna produce our own hydrogen in the future in Indonesia, will be much more expensive compared to the Indonesia compared to the salt caverns. My question is. Let's say Indonesia want to produce our own hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
Like how big is the cost impact to the hydrogen as industry?
Oh, that's a nice question, and I think also a difficult one to answer. As I said, we estimate that for 1 gigawatt transport capacity, you need roughly about 1 cavern. So you need 1 million cubic meters of storage to deal with fluctuations in production. So, it all depends on the source. And so if your source is basically from blue hydrogen, which is a stable production source, you will need a lot less caverns. So this is something that you have to take into account when you're doing these calculations. Another thing is there's a lot of investigation going on at the moment to use depleted gas fields also as a storage facility. And in the first stage, you think, okay, if you're using a depleted gas field, means that if you're putting hydrogen in, you will not be getting hydrogen out. So you will have to do something about filters. But if you have a cavern or a depleted gas field with the right characteristics, I think in a number of years, so it really upgrades quite quickly. So that looks quite promising also as an alternative to caverns. And besides caverns, there are also other storage facilities, like if you use ammonia as, let's say, as a storage facility. So you have ammonia terminal or tanks. I mean, this is also possible, but then you also have to look into increasing the efficiency of the cracking process. And because the cracking process of ammonia is not yet, let's say, outside at level that you could really utilize it commercially. And also a lot of work is going on in that area. So increasing the efficiency of cracking of ammonia is important, but also, let's say, using ammonia as a fuel is also an interesting topic. So meaning that if let's say all ammonia that we will be importing in Europe, how much of that will be really cracked into hydrogen or be used as ammonia? So those are all things that are playing a role in determining how much capacity actually need as storage. Yeah. So it's not an answer, but yeah, hope it helps.
Thank you. Is there any question from the audience? Okay.
Now I'm going to get a difficult question.
Please. Thanks. Very, very interesting presentation. I was wondering, well, it's well known that hydrogen is a very tiny molecule. And for example, if you use a gas storage place for hydrogen, it's not the same because it's much smaller. How much is this being checked for the caverns, first of all? And then related to that, the other problem with hydrogen being so small is the well-known embrittlement. Mm-hmm. And my question, I know that there are a lot of studies from Hasuni in that direction, but I was curious if the new pipes that you build are the same material, you don't need to disclose which, as the old one, or if you find out that if you have to build a new one, you choose a different material from the old pipelines.
That's a good question. So with regards to the caverns, obviously we've done a lot of testing. So we have actually, and that's a nice thing about side rendering, we also have a small cavern there, which is only a few cubic meters of size. So it's a perfect setup. We don't have to inject a lot of hydrogen to see if you can seal it off. And so we've done obviously these investigations as to how tight is the cavern, and it is tight enough. So it's good. And so that I think is the good news. And he's saying that there are already caverns in use, and so it's not, let's say, something that still has to be developed. There are already caverns in use for hydrogen storage. So that's good. With regards to the steel, we have obviously different grades of steel which we've used in different years. And well, let's say with regards to the choice of pipe. So when you're choosing which pipe will you be using for the transport of hydrogen, my preference would be the newest, not because the steel is the best, but because I have the best, let's say, guarantee that these pipelines are suited, or let's say integral. They're in a good condition. So we will choose the newest. But if let's say an old one is chosen, we can make that as suitable as well. So we will not make it. We will not say we will not choose this pipeline because it's old. We will choose a new one if we have the choice because we think that that's a good thing to do. Inspection is an important aspect in this. So inspecting the pipeline. So when we start off, let's say refurbishing a pipeline, we'll do an inspection. We'll use new technology to do that. The best technology there is to see if we can find the smallest cracks in the metal that are there, and that is something that is important. And in saying that, you have different types of pipe. So you have pipe which have been spirally welded, and you have pipes which have been longitudinally welded. And the spirally welded pipes are more difficult to inspect than the longitudinally welded pipes. So there's also differentiation in between which choices you make in pipeline. And that has nothing to do with material, but more with regards to how a pipeline is being made.
Very interesting. Yes. Okay, thank you. We don't have time for one more question, or is there any one more question? Maybe I would like to close the question with to relate to Indonesian, because in Indonesia we don't have any for existing pipeline. And you mentioned that you need to 750 million subsidy. What is the minimum gigawatt that needed in order to build a pipeline in order to be economical in the future?
Wow. Well, you know, I think it depends on how you build your pipeline. So, for instance, if you're in Indonesia with a lot of islands, it could make sense not to build an onshore network but an offshore network. And building an offshore network, I mean, so it's you know, obviously the pipes are more expensive, but the construction is, I think, maybe cheaper. But I'm guessing in this, so it really depends on where you're going to. So, and obviously the choice of diameter. The choice of diameter, you should also think about the growth. So when we're making the choices of diameter, I mean, the pipelines that we are building. So for instance, in Rotterdam, we're building a 24-inch pipeline, which is 60 centimeters big, which is not the largest that we have. So the largest that we have are 48. So that's 1.40 meter diameter. Those are big pipelines. So we're building 60 centimeter pipelines in Rotterdam. In the first stage, we'll be using 5% of the capacity. So only a very small percentage, but it's suitable to grow at least until 2030. And when you're thinking about that, also you need to have your pipelines suited, because in some areas you can only build a pipeline once. You can't do it a lot. And obviously, in our case, obviously we have a lot of other pipelines which will be freed up once the hydrogen economy comes, which you can then utilize for hydrogen transport. But at this moment in Rotterdam, we're building a new pipeline. So it's not answer your question because I don't have the equations for that. Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah.
No problem. Maybe because the condition in the Netherlands a bit different within Indonesia. But thank you for the answer. Yeah, it could lead an additional thought and additional discussion. We will keep you in contact with our stakeholders here.
Sure.
And I know that you have to leave.
I have to leave, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So now I would like to invite from embassy or MC back.
So on behalf of the committee, we're not going to let you leave without anything. So please accept this gift as a token of party appreciation for your presentation. So please, Pak Roy Wahab from the economic function of the Indonesian Embassy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to give this flower bouquet of flowers with a little souvenirs with INTPF in there. So I hope you will remember that you're giving this presentation to
Thank
to
you
us
much.
today. Please warm applause.
Okay, I'll get from the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This is for you.
Yes, thank you. I know my wife will be very happy with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I will return the session to the moderator again.
Thank you, Eddie. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we do already finish our first session regarding transport. So Eddie already gave a really nice insight regarding the roadmap of Gas Uni and then also Netherlands for the building the pipeline. We would like to invite our second speaker. So he will more talking about in the green hydrogen, more in the source side, I believe, and how to use that for industry. So I would like to welcome Professor Paulo Pescarmona. He is a full professor in Catalyst and Sustainable Engineering and Technology Institute Groningen, or we call it INTPF. Yeah. The research interest is various areas in the catalyst with focus on green chemistry and sustainability. Topics included CO2 fixation, biomass conversion, photocatalysis, and electrocatalysis. And his title today is about electrocatalytic production of green hydrogen in alkaline cells. So, floor is yours.
Thank you for the nice introduction. And microphone check is working. Very good. Nice to see you here. And also nice to have people online. I cannot see you, but nice to have you there. And welcome to this presentation. You can see the title here. So we will focus on electrocatalysis, and I will try to explain you why this is extremely important in the context of green hydrogen production. So in the previous presentation, very nice, we saw and we learned a lot about the infrastructure to transport in hydrogen. And if you pick up here and there was a question about, well, we need to produce hydrogen. And the technology, as you can see, exists, but there's a lot of space for improvement, and this is quite crucial. And that will be the focus of my presentation. You see my name here, you see also my email, so if you have a question later on, you can contact me. Also people online, if you have a question and you're curious, feel free to contact me. That doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, now it's working, thank you. So the context is, well, by now you're hearing about hydrogen all day long and before and again, so most of these concepts here are known to you, but what can we do with hydrogen? Well, we saw it very clearly in the previous presentation. This one uses hydrogen as energy carrier. So we can basically use it to generate electricity. It can be used even in a vehicle, like in a car, but it can be used also in larger fuel cells. But we can also use it as we are using already now. Hydrogen is very largely used to react with nitrogen and to produce ammonia, which is the largest used fertilizers on the planet. And so it's really an important biochemicals, but also to make many, and this is just an example, many of our industrial processes more sustainable. So for example, in the production of iron, of steel, this is a very, very large industry in the Netherlands for sure, but also in many other parts of the world. I'm not familiar if Indonesia is producing steel, but in that context, well, you produce, you get iron oxide and you want to reduce it. And what we do nowadays is use carbon. And if you use carbon to reduce iron oxide, then you get steel and CO2. So you generate a lot of CO2 emissions. If you use hydrogen, well, you will get just water. And that means that you are much less polluting. So there are many different reasons for which we want to switch towards hydrogen. And we saw some in the presentation before, and here you see some more. But when we talk about hydrogen, well, it's a distinction, and well, there are many labels and colors about hydrogen, but I would like to focus very briefly on three. The one we are talking about is the green hydrogen here. But that's not the way in which hydrogen is currently produced. The main way in which our chemical industry, our society is producing hydrogen is through methane. So we take methane, which is a fossil resource, and well, there are a lot of geopolitical issues related to methane. And what we do is we react it with water, and we get CO and CO2 and hydrogen. Okay, and so we get the product hydrogen, but we also generate quite a lot of CO2. So there are many issues with this. One is the generation of CO2. The other one is that we use resource that is finite, so we don't have it forever. So people try to look for alternatives for the issue of the CO2, and that's what is called blue hydrogen, in which we take the CO2 and instead of emitting it in the environment, well, we store it. Well, that's fine on the short term, but it's not a long-term solution, because you will basically have still the problem of methane not being renewable, and we will fill up basically covers with CO2, and that you cannot do forever. Green hydrogen is and sounds like the best perfect solution. Why? Because we don't use methane, we use water to produce it. We get hydrogen and oxygen, all great, no environmental issue at all. So this sounds all good, but there is an important thing. Now, I'm afraid that not many of you are necessarily chemists or chemical engineers, so you might not be familiar with this quantity. It doesn't matter. If it's negative, it means that the reaction happens by itself. If it's positive, it means that it will not. We need to provide energy, otherwise it will not go through. So this means that this beautiful reaction that is the one that we need to produce hydrogen will not go on unless we provide energy. And that's the electricity that you always see in many of these presentations, is we need electricity. So we can produce hydrogen using electricity or electric power to drive the reaction that otherwise would not happen. And we do that actually for more than 100 years. We are able to do it as a society. And here you see a picture, and yeah, well, even if you're not, there's not a date here, you can see from the picture that is not taken 2 weeks ago. It's more than 100 years ago. And this is a power plant that was producing hydrogen in Norway. And it was at the beginning of the 20th century. And this is an image from inside. I will come back to this type of images before. So the technology was developed, was even put in practice, but then it was discontinued. Why was that the case? Well, very simply, because it was not cost competitive with the other one, the so-called gray hydrogen I just showed you before. Producing hydrogen in this way is still nowadays 3 to 5 times more expensive than producing it from methane. So if there is abundance of methane and there are no environmental concerns, everybody at that time chose to produce hydrogen from methane. And these were discontinued, and now it's used for something totally different. The building, I think, still exists. If you Google it, you probably can find it, but I know that it's not used anymore for that. So the technology existed, but not yet at that time a good idea, or not a practical idea, or economically rentable idea. Maybe it would have been a good idea, but that's another discussion. Now, so why then the next question here, Groningen, it's a good place. Why there is a lot of activities in Groningen related to hydrogen? Well, you saw it quite a lot in the previous presentation, so I can be fast in this part. We have the largest wind power plants offshore, not far away from Groningen. We have all the network of pipelines that are built for methane transportation that up to a certain degree with some modification can be used for hydrogen. So we are in a good location from many points of view. We have also research and education at different levels. So yeah, we are at the university, but next door we have an applied science university as well. The so-called ANSES Hall is here. So there is education that can be provided in the direction, and there is a facility that is under construction. I would have liked today to be able to tell you, oh, it's operative tomorrow. I was in a meeting just this morning about this. It will take still a bit of time because working with hydrogen, while it's a very nice technology for the future, still has important safety issues. So you have to make sure that everything is done safely. So this facility is not yet operative, but it will be some 500 meters in that direction. So very close where we are now. And this will be a very nice facility because it will allow basically to produce hydrogen at a scale that is not the final one, but it's also not the one that you saw our labs. Well, this is a very nice, cute, tiny, but that's not what you want to do eventually. Of course, you want to be able to produce it in a large scale, but you cannot go from that tiny scale at the lab all the way to the very large one in one step. So this will be the step in between that is needed to make that possible. Connected to this project, we've been doing quite some research connected to hydrogen
And that's what I will tell you in this presentation. This is stop going on. Thank you. So what is the challenge here? And that's going a bit more into the more scientifically detail, but I hope to keep it broad enough that everybody can follow. Well, we have the issue that I mentioned before, producing hydrogen nowadays still from water, it's relatively expensive. Now, besides building all the infrastructure, at the same time, we need the research at the basic level to try to improve the efficiency of the system, because this is something that will apply anytime for each single molecule of hydrogen that we produce. If we increase the efficiency on that, then the cost will become lower, and then will be attractive for everybody that wants then to produce hydrogen from water. So this is basically the current situation. And now, this is the cell potential. And even if you are not in electrochemistry, trust me, it means how much energy we have to provide to the system. So the more you move in this direction means, oh, okay, we are providing more power for getting the reaction going. And this is the current density, is basically the electricity that passes through our electrolyzers. It tells us how much hydrogen we are producing. So if at this potential, 1.8, we have this current density, 2000 ampere per square meter, means we are producing a certain amount of hydrogen. If we were able, with the same input of energy, to move to that point there, and then to reach 8,000, well, we will basically produce with the same input 4 times more hydrogen in the same time unit. That's basically what we want to achieve. And for doing that, that's where we need to do research to improve our electrolyzers, and particularly, and that's my domain of research, the electrocatalyst. So if we manage to achieve this, then we have a more efficient system. And then if with the same energy input, we produce 4 times more hydrogen, then you will see that we become cost competitive directly with the methane. Now, to understand how we do that, then we have to go back to our electrolyzer and try to understand how this works and what is the role of the electrocatalyst. So this is, I don't know if you ever visited a real electrolyzer, but that's how one looked like. So this is a person, that's a human being, is not a toy or anything. So that's the real size. So you get, it's a quite large piece of equipment. And then when you see it like that, it says, oh, damn, okay, I just see a huge cylinder. I understand nothing of what is going on there. So let's try to see if we can understand a bit better what it is. So we can see that it's impressive, but how does it actually work? Let's try to put this on a corner and let's zoom in and see what is inside. And if you look inside, then you have what is called a stack of several electrochemical cells. So even if you don't know yet what an electrochemical cell is, you can see that there is something that is repeating many times. That's what we call a stack. Okay? And then it contains these units that are the electrochemical cells. And then you say, okay, it gives me a headache still. Don't show me this. I don't want that. Give me something simpler. Okay, I will give you something simpler. So this is still too complex. Let's focus on a single cell. Because if we understand this, then we understand also the concept of the stack. It's just putting many of them together and making operating together. So that's a single cell. So I just took one component here and I'm focusing, and then I remove all the rest so it looks more easy to follow. And then maybe this we can manage to understand. So this is the cell, and that's one type of cell. Actually, I will come back to that in a few seconds. There are different types. And what we have here basically is water with a salt. It has a role. It's an electrolyte, and it promotes actually the conductivity that going through the system. And then on the one hand, we have water that is converted to hydrogen and OH that goes through. And on the other hand, we have oxygen that is produced. And these two are called the electrodes. This is the cathode, this is the membrane, and this is the anode. So these two are the electrode, cathode, and anode. And on the reduction side, the cathode, well, we have water with an electron that comes through the circuit here outside, and then passes here and reaches the electrode. And then we have this beautiful reaction. Water plus 2 electrons gives hydrogen and 2 OH. The OH need to move to the other side. That's essential, because then we use them here to generate oxygen water and the two electrons that then go through the circuit. So you see that the two electrons are exchanged, and then we have our reaction going on. So it's important that we have basically a circuit to exchange the electrons, a membrane or diaphragm to exchange the OH, and not the hydrogen and the oxygen. That's a very important and simple things, but if they mix, they are potentially explosive. So you want to avoid it. And very important, we need the material that here promotes this and this reaction, the oxygen evolution and the hydrogen evolution. And this is the essence of what we are trying to work with. So how can we increase the efficiency of the system? Well, there are many ways. There is the design of the cell itself, there is the design of the diaphragm, but very importantly, there is the material that is at this electrode and then this electrode. And these are very important in increasing the efficiency and making this movement that I showed you before from using the same potential and achieving an ion current. Now, before I go into the detail a bit more on what we do is, well, I show you there's many ways in which you can improve that, and there are many different cell designs. And this is the one I showed you now. I don't want to go into the detail of all of these, otherwise it will be a course on electrochemistry. That's not the purpose here, and you will get very bored. But I just want to give you a feeling, oh, there are many variety. So for example, if you ask me, I'm working on this, but there is this beautiful one, solid oxide. And then if you ask me questions, I say, oh, go to Vasilis, he's the expert. He knows everything. So we have different competence here at the university, and we do different things. So each of them has, if I show all of them, is basically because each of them has some plus and some cons. If there was one that was, oh, it's clearly better, we will all be working on that, and that would be it. No, it's, if you want beautiful because it's different, we have different possibilities. This one, it's the most established technology. It has a number of advantages that we underline, and it can be most likely improved with this design that is very similar to the previous one, but you get rid of the water from this side, and we have a slightly different design at the electrode. This one is quite similar to this one as design. You see that you don't have water here, but it has a very important difference. Here we exchange an OH minus, and here we exchange H plus. And this, it implies actually, well, that when you write the reaction are slightly different, but also that the material that we use are different. I will come back to that. And the other technology, as I mentioned before, is the solid oxide. And the main difference that this can operate at room temperature. You have advantages because of that. It's, of course, you don't have need input to warm up the system, but these operate at 700, 800 degrees. You have advantages also from that. So because you have, for example, you can use a solid material here and transfer an oxygen, an ion here, which will never basically move through a material at low temperature. So you need the high temperature, and it have many other advantages. And if you are a very good engineer, Vasilis is not me, but if you are designing well the process, you can reuse the heat from other processes to get this one going. So it's if you are smart enough, it can be a very attractive system. But today here I will focus now a bit more on these two, because are the two technologies that are close to utilization, the so-called PM and alkaline. And if I compare these two, well, you can see that there are very clear differences in the materials that we use for cathode and anode. And even if you don't know how they work and what they are, if you Google the price of these, you will very rapidly see that the alkaline has some advantages, because it uses nickel, which is a relatively cheap metal, certainly when you compare to platinum, and if you don't know iridium, it's worse as price. So it's the biggest limitation of the basic acidic, the PM electrolytes, polymer electrolyte membrane or proton exchange membrane, there are two different names, is the use of these two very expensive metals. They both operate in similar temperature. Also, the pressure range is not different. Current density, look, this one is better. Of course, I told you before, if this one, there's cheaper metals also at better current density, then we will just use that one. So you see that why there's a competition. This one has a better current density than that one. And this one is, then you can see, very much cheaper than that one for production right now. So where we focus our attention is on this one, because the price is good, but can we increase the performance and approach the one of the PM? And so if we go back to our cell here, well, then what we can see here that when we operate the cell, basically, if we check basically the thermodynamics, and if you don't know the terms, basically the energetics of the system, you see that basically we will need to apply a potential of 1.23 volt to let that reaction occur. In practice, we see that we need to apply a larger potential, and we need to apply potential with this eta additional, and this is related to an additional potential that we have to apply for making the reaction occur at this electrode and at the other electrode. So we divided for oxygen evolution reaction, OER is for oxygen evolution reaction, and 1 for the hydrogen evolution reaction. Now, while we want to produce hydrogen, actually the one that is most complex is the oxygen evolution reaction. So that's the one we have to focus more our attention. So even if oxygen is not the product that is very interesting, we need that for having the overall cell to work. And this is the one that is actually more complex, and this is because actually each oxygen molecule needs 4 electrons to be formed, while the hydrogen only involves 2. And if we can do that, if we can decrease that, basically we will have what we, going back to the graph before, with the same potential, we will achieve a larger current because we decrease this additional potential that is required otherwise. So if we have a smaller over potential related to the oxygen evolution, we will have higher productivity. And this tells us why it's important to have a good electrocatalyst. Long story to get to finally tell you about the electrocatalyst. This is why it's important, because an electrocatalyst, a good one, is the one that allows us to reduce this. Now, the electrocatalyst should be good in this, but it should also be stable. And for the oxygen evolution reaction in alkaline environment, one of the problems of the nickel, that is, as I told you, the standard material for the electrode, is that it decreases activity. That's what we see here. So here it's the current that goes through in terms of time at a certain fixed potential. So if everything was well, then we would have a very nice horizontal line. We don't, it goes down, it means that the system is deactivated. So what we try to do in our research is to understand this, and this I have a graph in which I try to show you. This is a nickel electrode, and if you look at it, it will change color. It's now about to change color, but it will not. And this occurs when it goes nickel from nickel 2 to nickel 3+. Now you see that it starts to change color. You see it becomes darker. And then if it goes further, you see this, the current increases because we have oxygen evolution, and that's what you will see here. Now you should be seeing bubbles appearing. Yes, there's, you see all the bubbles. This is really the cell going on. So this is what you saw before in the lab, but really going on in practice. When they decrease again the potential, then the oxygen evolution stops. And then if you decrease it further again, you see that the nickel gets again from nickel 3+ gets reduced to nickel 2, and the color of the nickel wire changes again. So this is just to give you a visual effect of what happens, but we try to investigate this in many different ways. So for example, we try to understand if this deactivation was caused by a well-known phenomenon of nickel. Nickel in a very oxidative environment, like the one in which you have oxygen evolution, changes to these nickel oxyhydroxides, and these can have different structure and get misaligned in this, as in the structure that you see here. And initially we hypothesized that this deactivation could be caused as this misalignment. So we run quite long runs at high currents, and then we check, we see the deactivation, and then we check XRD. XRD tells something about the structure of the material, and this is the material before and after the test. And while it deactivated, it didn't change the structure. So we can exclude that for the change in activity. So the deactivation is caused by a change in alignment. So then we went to another hypothesis, and we consider the fact that, well, there's been reported that the formation of nickel 4 species, so nickel is normally nickel 2, nickel 3, and it has been proposed that the formation of nickel 4 species leads to inactivation, and that's what we see in this normal run. So you see here that the system is basically, in this case, you have to look at it in a different way. Here we impose the standard current and we see the potential that we need to sustain that current. And basically, if the potential goes up, it means that we have to provide more energy to keep that current. So it's a sign of deactivation. So in this case, a graph going up means deactivation. This is if we don't do anything. And then in the literature, people reported that this could be prevented up to a certain extent by what they call rejuvenation steps. And this means changing the potential and stopping the operation and keeping the potential at a value of 0.51 volt every 10 minutes, for 10 minutes, every 100 minutes of electrolysis. And what we are studying now is the effect on the electrode of this phenomenon. I don't know if you see the contrast, but what we see is this is the surface of the nickel wire in the beginning. So it's relatively flat. And if we don't do anything, so if we have this deactivation that we see here, basically what we see here is that the nickel electrode changes a lot. We get all these nice bumps. And actually, if you work in catalysis, normally speaking, you would say, oh, that sounds great because we are increasing the surface area. So we should get higher activity. But actually, we see a deactivation and we see a change in the feature of the electrode. So we are trying now to correlate this phenomenon to deactivation. If we have the rejuvenation step, so what I showed you in this image, in which basically we don't get deactivation, we also see that the surface is not affected. So we are trying to correlate with characterization the two things. This is part of our results. I cannot give you all because we have some confidential ones that we are going to patent soon. So on that one, I can say nothing at all. Sorry for that. So hopefully next time we will have a patent and I can tell you more about this. This brings me to my conclusion, more or less. I think we are on time. So, well, what I want to convey here is that the development of electrocatalysts is extremely important for enabling the production, the green hydrogen production. And while we are thinking and talking about hydrogen production, actually the tricky and more complex reaction is the oxygen evolution reaction. And to make that more efficient, well, we should test the system under realistic conditions. I didn't spend a lot of time on that, but if you check the literature, you find a lot of publications with people reporting at 100 milliampere per square centimeter, and a realistic one is at least 100, if not better, 300. So it's 10 or 30 or even 50 times higher current. So if you don't test under those conditions, you don't have a realistic idea of what is really happening. And we are doing that, we take care of that. And it's important to try to use also, as I showed you in the last example, for example, the XRD or the SEM to correlate what we see basically experimentally with the characterization of the material. Eventually, and this I didn't touch upon because the facility is not yet ready, it's also important to make the step, of course, to different scales to prove that your technology is valid at different scales. And this is the final image that I would like to say, because in Groningen has been a place with a lot of, well, basically gas, so methane in particular, being extracted from underground for many years, with also some issues related to that. But there is a very famous statue on the highway coming to Groningen, at least from one direction, and with the methane molecule. Well, I do hope that one day we will have the, at least also, if not instead, the hydrogen one. And that's all. I would like to thank all of you for your attention, the Hydro Hub, and Stefano Polli, who is the PhD that did all the work that I showed you today. Thank you, and if you have questions.
Thank you, Paulo. Even though my background is not chemistry, I think I feel I can understand what you explained today. I hope
then I achieve at least one part of the mission.
Yeah, I hope everybody also have same understanding. Before I would like to give people in audience, I have online question from the audience. I would like to start discussion. As I know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, in order to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you need at least 9 liter or 9 kilogram of water.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know in Netherlands, even the government said that we need to shower less during the dry season. I mean, is there any technology that the electrolyzer can use also the seawater, for example, or do we need to install desalination to convert seawater to freshwater first, or what is the correct strategy here to have the feedstock of freshwater?
That's a very good question. So there is research also related to use seawater. It's challenging. It's usually this is anyhow we need water with an electrolyte. So we use a basic environment in this case. So you add the potassium hydroxide. Seawater would contain sodium chloride and many other species. There have been some studies. It's generally considered not bad so much for the catalyst what I focus, but for the membrane that is in between. And you can get deposits, and it generally considered to affect not very positively the lifetime of the membrane. The membrane, together with the electrocatalyst, is one of the challenges in this research. Concerned to the use of water, the limitation, well, depends also how you see it, because if you use hydrogen, for example, one of the possibilities is to, in general, in any case, you will give back the water, because you use it then to as an energy carrier, and then when you reuse it, it gives water again. So in principle, this is fully circular. The location, it depends if you produce hydrogen in one place and you utilize it in a very different one, then you have the transportation, of course. But in principle, it's not that you are consuming continuously water that is converted and not replenished. The whole process is circular. So that's the good news.
Thank you for the answer. I would like to invite audience to have a question. Is there any? Yeah.
Yeah, just a technical question. I'm curious about the rejuvenation's phenomena that you have shown. What is the mechanisms behind it? Why, when you relaxed it and then you can extend it?
What I can tell you is the following. The literature suggests that, so normally speaking, if I show this graph, you see that the nickel, you have a metal nickel wire on the surface as nickel 2 and nickel 3. And the authors that reported this claim that in this area in which you have oxygen evolution, you also have further oxidation of nickel to nickel 4, and that this species is inactive. So that's but you will not see a peak in this voltammetry because it will be covered under this very big one coming from oxygen evolution. That's what has been proposed in the literature. That's what we are investigating. I can tell you that I'm at least having doubts that that's really what's happening. Let's say I don't think that's really nickel 4, but we are really investigating what the real mechanism. So it's rather complex, and there is quite some debate out there. Very good question for a non-specialist. You don't know. No, I know, but we have a patent ongoing, so I cannot disclose everything. I know more, let's say, but I don't know everything, that's for sure yet.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to our online audience. So it's from Laganta Adi. So you built a 1 megawatt, I think the scale.
That building, yeah.
That building. Yeah. How much? I mean that. In order to have an ideal condition to produce hydrogen in electrolysis in the big scale, how much power must be prepared? I mean, maybe you can tell something about the efficiency in the large scale.
That's what is. So the idea is to test that. So that the new facility is, well, you don't see it here, but is in principle altogether 1 megawatt, but is split it in different components. So each electrolyzer, there will be a PM, and there would be an alkaline, and which of them would be 250 kilowatt. When you produce it at the final scale, you would like to go all the way to 1 gigawatt. So there's still a large gap. And the idea is to try to understand if you have losses and where you have losses precisely in changing the step. But we are not there yet.
Okay, thank you. I see.
Following up the question, with regard to the efficiency and its megawatt, right? You're talking about 1 megawatt in terms of electricity. How much in terms of hydrogen production currently with your investigation or research?
So this is the current state of the art.
Yeah.
Okay. And basically but I didn't show you that because that's the confidential part. But we are not moving all the way here, but we are quite further on this line.
Okay.
Okay. But I cannot tell you how we do that, unfortunately, now.
And you're looking at platinum as another catalyst or only nickel at the moment?
Well, platinum, we will not study platinum because that's would bring the cost so much high that it is not really what we try to do.
Also, in comparison to efficiency, still not paid off.
No, well, it works. It's almost the only option for this system, but for the alkaline, where you can operate with nickel, then it will be very difficult that platinum is competitive because it is so much more expensive that it doesn't pay back.
Okay, I think I should go to the. No, it's just. Thank you, Paulo, for the very nice presentation. It's a little bit out of your topics, but how to deal with the intermittency of the renewable energy source, especially for the electrolyzer development or the integrated installation system in our electrolysis system.
That's not so much of topic. It's actually a very important thing, and it was one of our initial question. We didn't yet address that, but it's really important because it's generally considered more of a problem for the cathode. So the hydrogen is evolved. Now we are studying more the anode. So for the anode, based on our study, intermittence is not so much of a problem, but we didn't have time yet to investigate how this would affect the cathode, where it's known to be more problematic. So this is certainly a part of studies, and I know that it's, for example, there is plans in the Netherlands to have projects exactly to address that specific point because it's an important one indeed.
I hope that answer your question.
Well, I didn't really. I told give him the solution because we don't have it yet. I told him that is.
We still have 10 minutes, or okay? I would like question.
Hi, Paulo. I'm Midian. Actually, listening your presentation make me confused with technical terminology, but. Because I'm a bankers, actually. I'm a bankers.
You're a banker, but try to ask I can try to explain it.
But it's fine.
If you have, at least if you could formulate question, then it's, I mean, it means that at least something could pass on. So
yeah,
it's already something for me. I mean.
Yeah, but thank you. I think this make us more understand what is hydrogen technology. My question is, as a bankers, I want to know the efficiency in investment costs, because in our country, actually, renewable energy, the cheapest one is solar panel, actually, around less than 1 million per megawatt. And the second one is coal. Coal is about 1.5 million per megawatt. And the most expensive one is geothermal, is maybe 6 million per megawatt. I want to ask about this, how your calculation maybe for next 5 years, the efficiency of this technology compared to other source of renewables. Thank you, Paulo.
I answer, unfortunately, I cannot saying that I cannot give you the answer because it's something that it's very specific for people that investigate that part. It will be a complex techno-economic analysis, which is not my job. So we know which is the challenge related to the electrocatalysis and what we have to tackle there, and we know that that's very important. But I cannot give you the numbers. I know that there would be people that can give you, but I don't have the numbers. I would probably be able to look up for that, but if I give you an answer now, it would not be something very correct. So I would prefer to not force it in that direction. I do think that the expectation here is to have a bit cheaper than from the wind, but and I really don't have the numbers. So let's say that in the hydrogen development research, there are, and we have many different people at this university. There are people that work on the more technological aspects. That would be me. That would be Vasilis. And there are people that work on the techno-economical analysis, and there are people that work on the societal acceptance, because that's also an aspect that is important when you want to move to a hydrogen economy. And each of them, we do talk to each other, but each of us has, let's say, background and expertise in that field. And if I try to give you an answer on that, I would go into the expertise of somebody else.
Okay, thank you very much, Paulo, for your time. I think you cover from technology to economic aspects today.
I think you tried. You got the impression that I could answer everything, but
of course, your contact will be shared with all people here. So we would, this is an event to start kick in collaboration between Indonesia and Netherlands in the hydrogen economy. So I would like to give thank you for your presentation today. I would like to give back to our MC. By that, thank you. Give a warm applause to Paul.
Thank you. You have one. Then I have you. Sorry. Then no. All right. Thank you.
Test. Good. Okay, so thanks a lot for this afternoon session. I guess Eddie has left, so thanks, Paulo, again for your enlightenment and all the technical details that most of them I also kind of lost in between. But we get the impression on the challenges that we're going ahead, but it shouldn't kind of hold us back to kind of improve and go forward with this hydrogen ecosystem in the future. I think it's one of the area that we need to have in our sustainable kind of renewables energy portfolio to fill in the gaps between the natural gas or the gray part into the green part in the future. So thanks for that again, Paulo. And before we close, I would like to again invite you and Lars to the stage. We would like to also give you a gift or a bouquet of flowers and some souvenirs as on behalf of the committee as appreciation and thanks for your presentations and sharing. And I would invite Pak Hageng and Pak Raymond. Yes, to Paulo. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Please, a warm applause.
Thank you.
And okay. Picture.
We repeat.
No, it's fine. Okay. Another one for Lars. Thanks a lot, Lars.
So I hope you like the different language. It's by INTPF in there. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Documentation, okay? Okay.
Yeah, it's like Swiss Army, but it's not really Swiss Army. Yeah.
Very nice. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So after such an enlightening day, we are now almost at the end of our workshop today. We still have a program tomorrow to visit Groningen Seaport. So we hope we can see more kind of implementation in this area there directly. And then now I would like to welcome Raymond Frediansyah as a chairman of INTPF for his...
ITB.
For the chairman of IIETB for the closing remarks.
I think she's a little bit nervous because we have a family connection at home, so please understand it. So we're really coming to the end of this program. First of all, I would like to say thank you, especially to our distinguished guest, really coming over from Indonesia, Pak Hageng, Pak Median, Pak Glasnosta as well. So it's a pity that we couldn't actually accommodate the other participants who were basically already in the process of getting the visa, but realistically that we have you, at least then we are happy to have you here. And of course, our representative of Indonesian Embassy, I think Pak Dubes is no more online, so I would like to address the thank you to you, Pak Roy. And of course, all the speakers, distinguished speakers, Paulo and Lars, and the rest of the speakers who were with us today. And at least but not least, all INTPF committees and also whole participants online and offline. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I am very happy and very honored actually to address this closing remark at this event, at this beautiful venue, beautiful building. I think I had already a discussion with, her name is Miss Karen Voskam, I think. It is at least claimed to be the most sustainable education building in the Netherlands. I think it is probably one of the most sustainable education building of the Netherlands. Yeah, I mean, if you see from outside, then you can already see the solar roof. So this is really using a smart design and integrated sustainable solutions. Natural ventilation as well. It's very open. And I also heard that they have actually floor heating. But I don't know if you know that they have a floor heating with geothermal heating as well. So then it's really showcasing very sustainable, high standard sustainability building. I would like to actually express my appreciation and thanks to University of Groningen. I think I will say thanks to you because the rest of the representative of the university are already gone now. Yes, and I would like to mention a little bit. You see that 2021, of course, but this is just basically what we have already done so far without the event of today. I'm really hopeful, and I believe that Mbak Desti will also make this summary for 2022. At least I'm trying now. But INTPF, Indonesia Netherlands Technology Partnership Forum, has been really set up as a multi-year collaborative project between Indonesian Embassy in The Hague, IAITB, Netherlands chapter. So it's actually alumni organization of Bandung Institute of Technology, and also ECADIN, Energy Academy Indonesia. So IAITB, well, we have around 250 of alumni living in the Netherlands, and I think half of them is professional. So then it also gives really a boost that we can really organize this thing, not only socially gathering, but also we do something, we contribute to something. So this year, of course, then this is also supported by University of Groningen and Groningen Supports. So we are also in collaboration with Groningen Supports, where we will do the site visit tomorrow. INTPF itself really aims to foster and accelerate any technological partnership and implementations by becoming information hub for stakeholders, both in Indonesia and in the Netherlands. That is really the objective of it. And since the start of INTPF, back then in December 2020 and last year, we have consistently chosen sustainable energy and technology as the main topic, which basically, due to the relevance for both countries, for Indonesia and the Netherlands, we can really learn a lot from both countries. We can also share a lot. We started with INTPF symposium in December 2020. So you see from the left to the right, that was basically the milestones. We had all these programs last year. There we started really with the experience-based learnings from cooperations and collaborations already ongoing between Indonesia and the Netherlands. Yeah, so we discussed there. We shared the challenges, the hurdles over there, and then we also covered different topics in sustainability and sustainable technologies. So I think if I remember, we started also on the second one with hydrogen, and then ocean battery, ocean energy, EV charging. If I can see that, then it's energy efficiency in data center. And then the last one, we also covered CO2 tax. And of course, today, what we are gathered here today, first of all, then we summarize all this in this booklet. So then if you want to see, if you are interested to see what it is about, what has been already discussed, what is the learnings, then you can download it, or you can just basically see that in that link. And of course, today we all gathered here having really had very interesting sharings and discussion with regards to the hydrogen economy and what we could learn from its development, implementations, planning, challenges, and maybe successes as well in the Netherlands. And these learnings could really help Indonesia to accelerate hydrogen ecosystem, research, development, and partnership to be able to achieve one of Indonesia's roadmap and target for energy transition, utilizing hydrogen in the years to come. So at least that is really our objective. And tomorrow, there will be a second day of the program that we will visit Groningen seaports, where then we will also see and discuss. We will see the integrations of various sustainable and renewable technologies at the port and industrial sites. And there we will also be able to see and discuss cases of hydrogen projects that are already under development over there. And hopefully we can also discuss the infrastructure, the hydrogen pipelines that are also already in that area in Eemshaven. So that's more or less the program of tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well. So in the years to come, INTPF will not only cover the topic of sustainability and sustainable energy and technology, but because we chose that for last year, but for the years to come, we may also go for other relevant and emerging topics. So for instance, we can also cover then circular economy, biochemicals and sustainable chemicals, biotechnology, and also environmental waste management. So this we will have to see every year together with the Indonesian Embassy, of course, what is actually relevant, what is actually contextual between the two countries. So I'm really hopeful and confident that this collaborative technology forum will highly contribute to the future potential research collaborations, long-term partnership, and maybe investment deals as well between Indonesia and the Netherlands in the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remarks, of course, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to all organizing committees of INTPF led by Mbak Desti Alcano for their great effort, persistence, and excellent teamwork. So I think we should give a warm applause to the organizing committee of today. And also my sincere gratitude to all collaborating and supporting partners. And last but not least, all stakeholders and speakers who have greatly contributed to this INTPF program so far. So I thank you, and I wish you enjoyed the event of today. And for those of you who will join the site visit, I wish you also to have a great program tomorrow with us. So I thank you again, and another applause for all the people who are participating here. Thank you.